glass cannon is a character that can put out obscene damage very quickly, but is also incredibly frail.
I'm the one that gets it done in the clutch, so you know I never really gotta worry too much. I'm a glass cannon, glass cannon. You don't even want a dose of the smoke, so I'm recommending that you never try to provoke. A glass cannon, I'm a glass cannon.
If your objective is blatant confrontation and you haters have greatly underestimated my station, I dominate with divination, I conquer with conjuration, I'm bonkers with evocation, I'm astonishing at abjuration, patiently waiting for my invitation to help alleviate my already unbelievable reputation. No conversation, the brains of the operation, the pain of the population contained in a concentration of a spell slot. I got 27 in the clip, missiles emitting from my fingertips like warships. That's a handgun, damn son, shooting from the hip. Only one using telekinesis to get a grip. Cantrips waiting to be cast off. Prismatic wall, make them all blast off. Cackling my ass off, incapacitating them with laughter. Yazzik ain't the caster you wanna go after.
I'm the one that gets it done in the clutch, so you know I never really gotta worry too much. I'm a glass cannon, glass cannon. You don't even want a dose of the smoke, so I'm recommending that you never try to provoke. A glass cannon, I'm a glass cannon.
Anyone wanting to interfere can get weird and witness your worst fears in a 30-foot sphere. I don't care if you're a barbarian or a cavalier. Kick it into high gear, let me make myself clear. The pioneer, I can make your peers disappear, send them to the ethereal plane as if they were never here. Cheers roaring in my ears, dearly revered. I'm happy to domineer any volunteers. Sincerely out of control, top of the totem pole. My cone of cold is freezing them fire trolls whole. I got the strap, just looking to trap souls. I've been snapping my firebolt, leaving smoldering holes. It's incredibly difficult not to acknowledge me. I am a prodigy, you'll read about me in your mythology. No apologies, I'm impossible to demolish. Consider this admonishing, second guessing my policy, bitch.
I'm the one that gets it done in the clutch, so you know I never really gotta worry too much. I'm a glass cannon, glass cannon. You don't even want a dose of the smoke, so I'm recommending that you never try to provoke. A glass cannon, my glass cannon. I'm the one that gets it done in the clutch, so you know I never really gotta worry too much. I'm a glass cannon, glass cannon.
The general strategy is to either destroy the enemy before being attacked, or to hide behind other, stronger ally units.
Who goes there? Why you dummies always coming in my bear like you want the smoke? All these wannabe heroes underprepared for the nightmare and despair that they dare to provoke. Most folk are doing their best to avoid me. Floor full of bones of the people that annoy me. Every now and then I get a couple of daredevils with the audacity to think that they can destroy me. Good luck with that, man. I got panoramic vision, meaning that I can see in any direction with precision. If it's your decision to attack, I suggest that you come back when your plans had a bit of revision to it. Notably, you should accept defeat. Consider this your last opportunity to retreat. Repeat, that was your last chance to survive. I hope that you enjoyed your time being alive.
You foolish for ignore the warning. Now you'll be dead before the morning. You should've looked over your shoulder. You're in the eye of the beholder.
I am the tyrant, get it? I have actually been told that I'm a pretty funny guy. Wait a minute, what were we discussing? I lost my train of thought. Oh, that's right, you were just about to die. Huh. How could I forget that? It's my favorite part. The only thing left to consider is where to start. In addition to magical abilities, I'm smart. I can make your demise art. Anyway, it appears that the wizard in your party is a gnome who was worth about the same as if you would have stayed at home. I'll activate my anti-magic cone, and in a moment I'll turn him into stone. When the barbarian inevitably flies into rage, I'll disintegrate her with one of my eye rays. By the way, I haven't even begun to try. Fly by and take a bite of a fighter's thigh.
You foolish fool, ignore the warning. Now you'll be dead before the morning. You should've looked over your shoulder. You're in the eye of the beholder.
While the fighter attempts to collect himself, he bleeds out on the space I dismembered him in. I wouldn't waste time telling me your names. I can guarantee that nobody's ever gonna remember them. Then again, you'll be on the list of my victims at the bottom of a column of other anonymous prey. You should take a minute to reflect on the day and the last words you'll ever say. Time's up. You're the lone survivor, the last one left. And halfling rogues are admittedly deft. But you broke into my home and you've stolen my time. I'm afraid I cannot allow theft. Throw you up into the air with my telekinesis. Finger of death to obliterate you into pieces, and that's that. Wink and a tip of the hat. That was good for my practice. Thanks for the chat.
You foolish fool, ignore the warning. Now you'll be dead before the morning. You should've looked over your shoulder. You're in the eye of the beholder. Yeah. You foolish fool, ignore the warning. Now you'll be dead before the morning. You should've looked over your shoulder. You're in
Hello, good evening, greetings everyone, and welcome to the Bard's Playhouse. Thank you so much for joining us tonight for our grand finale of the Alien RPG Chariot of the Gods. Pardon me just one moment, because it looks like the tech goblins attacked once again.
Oh,
Don't worry. Why don't we go ahead and introduce everybody while I am shifting around our cameras. Let's start with Mr. Wilson, who is in his current spot.
I'm in the right place, so I get
Yes.
to go first. Hey, everybody. My name is Rene Beauregard, and I will be playing John J. Wilson, the representative for Weyland-Yutani.
Perfect. And now we are all fixed on the cameras. Let's go with Lyra next.
Hi, I am Meghan Caves, and I am playing Lyra Chambers, who manages all the cargo on the ship.
And Lance?
Hello, I am Dustin Fletcher. I am playing the pilot, Lance Davis, and yeah, it's fine. Everything's fine. We're good. It's great. Nice little jaunt through space.
That's right. And Vanessa.
Hey everyone, I'm Samantha McLarty and I'm playing Captain Vanessa Miller, and I have everything completely under control.
That's right. And my name is Brandon. I go by the DMB, and tonight I will be your game mother. And as all of the players have so graciously reminded us, everything is going to be totally fine and under control. So again, thank you so much for joining us for this grand finale of our Alien RPG mini-series, Chariot of the Gods. Before we get started, I would like to go ahead and give a quick content warning. This stream is intended for mature audiences. There will be lots of different things that are rated R and things of that nature, like blood and gore, horror, coercion, and just all around things that you would expect to see in an Alien movie. So with that being said, and we are back. Now, where we left our crew off was in rather a bit of a predicament. Currently, the crew has set about with attempting to get the Cronus, the ship that they were set to recover, back in working order. There were 3 things in particular that needed to be repaired in order to get the ship functional and flyable. The comm array, which has yet to have been repaired, that is on the outside of the ship. The ship's engines, which are currently in the process of being repaired by Miss Lyra Chambers, as well as being supported by her captain. They are both on a spacewalk outside of the Cronus, as well as the ship's air scrubbers need to be repaired in order to have breathable air on board again. Now, there are a few other people that are aboard the ship at this time. The Cronus's crew was awoken from cryosleep not so long ago. Mr. Wilson himself is with his fellow Weyland-Yutani representative, Ms. Clayton, who just recently discovered and repaired the Cronus's synthetic being Ava 6. And our pilot, Davis, is currently on the bridge with Dr. Flynn, the ship's chief medical officer. Meanwhile, the Cronus's second-in-command, Officer Johns, and their chief security officer, Sergeant Reed, I believe was her name. Just got to double-check that. Yes. Sergeant Reed are in the living area. They stated they were going to go recover some of their personal items, make sure that the ship was not completely ransacked in the 70 years that they were asleep. So, as these repairs are taking place and Mr. Wilson was repairing Ava, several things have happened that I would like to focus the camera on just for a moment. First and foremost, I need everyone to give me 2 air supply rolls. It has been 2 turns in game, so you need an air supply roll for both. So that means you're going to roll your total number of stress dice 2 times. And if you get a 1 on either of them, your air supply goes down.
So one die and then both stress die, right?
Just the total number of stress dice.
Oh, okay.
So if you only have 1 stress, or if at minimum 1, apologies.
Oh. Okay.
My air supply went down.
Mine did
Same
too.
here.
Oh boy.
I got 2 6s on mine.
Nice.
Oh, I'm down to 2 now on my air supply.
Okay. How is everybody else's air supply looking?
Mine's at 3.
Okay.
Mine is at 3.
What about you, Mr. Davis?
I'm at 4. I'm looking good.
I'm gonna have to go steal those suits that we found earlier.
The Eva suits, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And again, that was the result of both rolls, correct? Okay. Perfect.
Yes.
So while this was happening, Mr. Wilson had repaired Ava, and they had a pleasant conversation about the state of this job, and found out that both are on the same page, and Ava, unbeknownst to the rest of the crew besides Mr. Wilson, has initiated a critical core meltdown aboard the Montero. So, all of you here broadcast over your comms that there's a critical failure in the Montero's engine, or core reactor, I should say, and self-destruct is imminent, T-minus 10 minutes. So that is where we are going to be starting. with everybody increasing their stress by 1, except for Mr. Wilson.
Yeah. I started this mess and therefore I understand it.
So, I would first like to catch up with Mr. Davis. And I would like to catch up with Mr. Davis because we did not really see what he and Dr. Flynn were up to while everybody else was doing their own thing. So, Mr. Davis, you are on board the bridge. Your captain left not too long ago after having taken the cure that you are holding out on, that you have the extras, with Dr. Flynn, who is still in his scabies. And it's very clear that he has soiled them. Yeah. It's a good thing that you can't smell because you're in a suit.
Yeah. I think Davis would just be like, I guess prior to the alert of the ship that I fly.
Yeah, this is happening probably like 20 minutes before that happens.
Yeah. Probably just like asking, like, how did you guys get to this point? Like what, basically what we already know, with the, experimenting and like, what the hell, like, come on, like, just basically just killing the time, asking questions, trying to distract himself from thinking about the captain out on the ship, because he couldn't talk her out of it. So he's trying to keep his mind distracted by just asking the doctor, like, where'd you guys find it?
Okay.
What do you think it, what do you think it means? Yada, just small talk.
Right. So Dr. Flynn is, I wouldn't say that he is evasive whenever it comes to your questions, but it's very obvious that the answers that he gives you point to him being uncomfortable with the whole situation. He answers very like beside the point. He'll tell you the things that second in command Johns had already said and like confirms those with yeses and nos, but he is very pointedly avoiding going into any explicit detail. And if you ask him about like how like the development of the cure came about or anything about that, he brings up that he's having a hard time recalling that information. It's probably stored somewhere in the ship's databanks.
Yeah, and I don't think I found anything new from the logs that.
Nope.
Yeah,
not from the captain's logs.
Yep.
Okay.
All right, yeah, and then that's pretty much all he's doing. He's just like constantly moving, fidgeting, rocking back and forth, just anxious, until he hears from the captain, wondering how she's doing out there.
Yeah, that napro leave is starting to kind of wear off. You're coming down from it. It definitely has lasting effects. Like your body's still pretty relaxed, but all the tension from everything that's going on is still affecting you.
Yeah, it's more of the like never sleep.
Yeah,
that adrenaline.
You're just super lucid.
Yeah. Yeah, he's just gonna not be able to sit idly by, and I think he's actually heading to the door to leave the bridge when the announcement from the about the Montero comes over, at which point he's just like, oh fuck me, and just immediately heading to that, like, is gonna start heading to that area to see if he can get to the ship.
Before that happens, please give me an observation roll.
I will do that. That is 5 plus 3.
Plus your stress dice.
Yeah. Well, no ones.
Okay.
But do stress die count towards successes?
Yes, they do.
Hey, all right, then 1 success.
Okay.
1 6.
Sounds good then to me. So, Dr. Flynn, of course, refuses to not go with you. So as you're making your way to the door, and again, this is before like the announcement has actually happened, like we're talking like it's a minute or two away. You're heading towards the door with all this anxious kind of pent up energy, and Dr. Flynn is following you, and the announcement comes over your comms. And you just kind of roll your eyes and you look back to him because he's behind you. Mm-hmm. And as you look, you turn your head to the right, and in the bridge, like to the right and the left of the door, maybe like 4 or 5 feet back, R2 is the entrances to like the maintenance shafts and things like that. And you turn just like, oh fuck, what are we gonna do now? And your head, the lights on your like your headset catch something inside the ventilation shaft. You're not sure what it is, but it glinted off of something in there.
Yeah, so like I stop and I kind of go and just kind of like reach for the bolt gun that I have, because it's the only weapon I have aside from the axe. Actually, I'll say I'm holding the axe, and so I'll like grip the axe and I'll just kind of keep an eye on it.
Dr. Flynn looks at you and looks where you're looking. And he says, "What is it?" And in that moment where he says, "What is it?" The question is answered in itself, because with a clang and the speed of what you have not seen before, a smaller version of the monster that you saw before in the science lab hurls itself out of the maintenance shaft and grabs Dr. Flynn and catches him completely unaware. I'm going to draw initiative for you really quick.
Yeah, it's good. It's good. That's good.
All right, so you go on 3. The monster goes on 9, and Dr. Flynn goes on 8. Oh, wait, I need to check one thing really quick. Sorry, I have to check how many actions this one gets. That's what I thought. All right. The monster also goes on 5 and 10. All right, so you are the one that was kind of, as we should say, at the ready. So you get the first action. What would be your immediate like gut reaction? You can't see that it's harmed Dr. Flynn yet because it hasn't gotten a turn.
Okay. I see it like just lunge out and just grab at him. and
Not even 5 feet behind you.
And I'm right next to the door. Like, I'm just to paint the picture. He's still like further into the bridge. I'm closer to the door. I turned to look. That's when it lunged out and grabbed him. Right.
Yeah.
Great. So I think Davis is gonna see that, and he is just gonna immediately turn, move to the door to open and close it behind him, because this is not his crew. And he don't give a fuck. He wants to get his captain and get the fuck out of here.
All right. That is very reasonably able to be done. Moving into a new zone and then closing a door would consume both of your actions. So you quickly... There's a judgment call that's made in your head as you see Dr. Flynn being set upon and very obviously screaming for his life. And you look at him for just a second and then turn to the door, pushing the button, exiting, pushing it back. You don't have a way to lock that door, but you've put it between yourself and whatever is going on in there.
Yep. And I think he's going to get onto his crew.
Mm-hmm.
And be like, is this like right before or right after the announcement of our ship?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, fine. Yeah, he's gonna go. Fuck! I'm on. Fuck! The creature, something just fucking attacked the doctor on the bridge. Fucking, I can't get to it. Fuck! Check in. Everybody good? Captain, you good?
Captain
Lyra,
Miller, you... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I'm just, Captain Lyra, fucking Lyra, Wilson, you guys good? We gotta
Captain,
get the fuck off the ship. I'm heading to my ship. I'm heading, fuck. And he's just like, constantly just like, ah!
Captain, you and Lyra are still outside of the ship, tethered to the vehicle bay, operating on one of the engines. This would be, since you had to reattempt the repairs, you would be probably about 2/3 of the way into your second attempt at this point. And now last session we rolled and it was ultimately a success. But just keeping in mind that you've probably still got 10 minutes worth of repairs that you're going to be, at least Lyra is going to be tied up doing in order to get the engines functional again.
In that case, then I will check in and state that, we're good. We're working on the engines right now. I strongly advise you find somewhere with a lockable door and stay there.
And take a few deep breaths, maybe.
I am calm. What are you talking about? This is totally calm.
I'm gonna agree with Lyra. I think that you might need to take a few deep breaths and steady yourself a bit. But yes, absolutely. Find a place to sort of stow away until we are finished here, and then we will handle whatever is going on inside that ship.
We need to figure out what's going on in our ship. It's about to...
I've noticed that, but one thing at a time. It's not like that. Like we can go leave what we are doing right now and go try to figure out a way to get there and deal with that. Mr. Wilson, do you have any bright ideas? Surely you're on comms right now.
And do we, John, you did tell everybody that whole message about everything was going to be fine. That the Cronus is now your ship and things like that. Rene?
Sorry, my brain just went for a second. My apologies.
No problem.
Sorry, hit me with that again.
Yeah. So Captain Miller just paged you over the comms after Davis was frantically cursing and talking about a monster attacking Dr. Flynn. The message about the Montero self-destruct has just played, and you told your crew that your ship is now the Cronus.
Right. Do not go back to that ship under any circumstances. The situation we're in right now is this ship is what we need to be getting up and running in any and every capacity. Abandon the idea that we're going back to the Montero. Don't engage.
Mr. Wilson, would you mind elaborating for a moment as to why we should abandon my ship?
Because Wayland Yutani has deemed it unfit.
So Wayland Yutani has decided to destroy my ship in hopes that we will just fix this one and make do, right?
Your ship is Wayland Yutani's ship, so yes.
So let's say, for an example, that for just a moment that we can't get these engines up and running. Then what are we gonna do, Mr. Wilson? Did they not have a backup plan?
If we can't get those engines up and running, we're just gonna try harder.
Don't you think we should be putting the crew here before anything else?
I am. And this ship is how I keep this crew alive, because that ship is no longer fit for service.
That ship was just fine for service until we boarded this
that
one.
Ship's gonna self-destruct, and all of the fucking barrels of shit we were going is gonna blow up, and this ship. You got that right?
Which is why we need to get this ship moving. The faster you work and get everything up and running, we can get ourselves out of here and away from the impending danger of the exploding ship.
I'm not a wizard. I can only do the best I can with the time I've got, and I'm going to need more time than that.
I am not asking you for magic. I am asking you for diligence. Be careful. Do the job right.
Might as well be magic at this point.
The sound.
I strongly suggest if you believe in a deity, you should probably pray to it now.
The sound of your ship's mother comes over your comms again and repeats the same message. Cascade failure imminent. Fission reactor overload in T-minus 9 minutes. So, let's talk about Captain Miller. Are you going to stay with Lyra as she continues these repairs on the engine, or are you going to do something else?
I think at this point, I am going to stay with Lyra as she finishes. And am I in any position currently to where I can see my ship?
Not currently. You are effectively like at the underbelly of the Cronus. You definitely could, like, I would say, maneuver your way up, like on the outside of the Cronus to look at the Montero, because if you remember right, you had to attach at the very top of the Cronus. Mm-hmm. So if you wanted to do that, you could. It's going to be slow going just because you're in space and you don't know how far your tether's going to reach.
Okay. I will just stay with Lyra then. And I'm just going to continue to watch her back, make sure that there's nothing that's going to disrupt her working on these engines, because currently that is apparently our only survival option at this moment, which does not make me happy at all.
All right. And then we should go to Mr. Wilson just for a moment. You, again, are currently in the corporate suite with Ava. The shower has turned off, but Clayton has not emerged from the room yet. So what would you be doing?
I'm going to ask Ava. Hey, Ava, I'm going to need your assistance in something here. We have some things about the ship that we need to take care of. My crew is working as hard as they can in order to get this ship back into functional capacity. However, there are some things that they're not going to be able to do as they primarily are outside of the ship, getting some things corrected with the comms. Do you think that you'd be capable of adhering to some protocols in order to get the Kronos out of here?
Ava, kind of in her, it's not monotone. She definitely sounds human-like. Just looks at you and says, "Of course, Mr. Wilson. I would be more than happy to assist. What specific duties would you like for me to accomplish?"
Well, in this situation, first of all, the air quality in the ship is currently so degraded that the air scrubbers are going to need repair in order to get back up and running again. I also believe that there is a situation with this ship's mother where potentially we're going to need some jerry rigging of some sort in order to get the piloting functional again. Is that something that you'd be capable of doing?
I am more than capable of diagnosing and assisting with repairs. I unfortunately do not have the physical acumen or technological know-how in order to replace the actual air filters. However, I do know where the replacement parts are. If you would like, I could go retrieve them and take them to a member of your crew.
I think that would be best. And perhaps if you could assist them as well, that would be wonderful, because they are going to need as much help as possible in order to get this thing up and running. I only have 3 crew members, and your crew are currently maintaining themselves. So I'm going to need as much possible assistance as you can offer me.
Ava, she's still sitting on this blood-soaked bed, and she blinks a few times, and mid you talking, she doesn't interrupt you, but she stands up and walks over to the door for the corporate suite and presses some buttons on the keypad, and you hear it say lock engaged.
Now, Ava,
Mr.
why
Wilson,
have you done
I
this?
would recommend you remain silent, please. You, in the silence, can hear movement outside of the corporate suite. It's very quiet, but just ever so slightly you can hear footfalls outside on the middle walkway, and it sounds like clawed feet. And with that, we're going to pan over to Mr. Davis. Mr. Davis, you said that you were going to be heading up to the cryo deck to head to the mother terminal. You quickly rush, using the distraction of Dr. Flynn, up the junction into the cryo deck. You can see the airlock is, and the Montero just hanging there with the umbilical detached, but still on the correct course that you set it on. And you exit the room.
I'm gonna go. Basically, I'm going up to see if I can get into the air, like get to the Montero. Obviously, I can't because it's been gone. So I am I'm gonna make my way to the mother terminal to see if I can somehow get in to disengage the autopilot from our ship's mother. So I'm trying to like find a way to separate us from the two.
Okay. Okay. Let's say so you are able to go inside of the mother terminal and you start a work on that. To be honest with you, it is going to take you some time. This mother terminal is an older version from yours, so imagine having always worked on Windows 10 and trying to figure out Windows 95. That's kind of what you're doing.
The superior Windows. I mean, Windows 95. No. So yeah, that's fine. That's what yeah. So Davis again tries to see what he can do to salvage the Montero. Obviously, that's not gonna happen. So he is just gonna see what he can do to try and access his mother to turn off the autopilot, so that way it will break away, and when it self-destructs, we don't die with it.
Right. And you go about that, and it's right at that time you get another update, and again, the mother aboard your ship. Displacement drive malfunction, cascade failure imminent, fission reactor overload, T-minus 8 minutes. Time is a funny thing whenever it comes to being in a high stress situation. You're in a position, Mr. Wilson, that you can see just barely the viewport on the door of this room. Ava has not moved out from in front of it, but it's long enough across this door that it, like, her head does not cover the whole thing. And as you hear these clawed footsteps just barely after the 8-minute warning, you can see in the viewport the same monster that Lance ran across, but the adult version, the one he ran across in the science lab. And it is taller than the door. Like I said, it's probably about 7 feet tall, standing up. And it comes from below. So, like, it was probably crouching, moving on all fours, and then it stands up. And you see the head of it, just barely, through the viewport, which is maybe about this big, but like this. And it sneers and snarls at Ava, and its mouth, which was not there whenever it first came into view, elongates, and you see those rows of pointed teeth as it snarls at Ava. Go ahead and increase your stress by 1. It's the first time you're seeing one of these. What do you do? Ava does not react at all. She stands there stark still.
So I'm slowly gonna move to the bathroom.
Give me a mobility roll. You are trying to do this as tactically and quietly as you possibly can. I'm assuming not pulling your eyes away from the door.
No, just very carefully. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, and 1, 3. No successes, 2 1s on my stress die.
Yikes. All right. Well, the panic rolls don't double, so at least there's some solace in that. But I do need you to roll 1 of your panic dice and add your total number of panic dice to the result. Or stress dice. I'm sorry, not panic dice.
Okay, so roll the stress die, add the number of stress die to the total.
Right. So you roll 1, and then whatever your total number of stress is, you add that to the result.
I rolled a 6. I have 3 stress die. That's a total of 9.
Mr. Wilson, are you still holding on to your rifle?
It is strapped to my back.
Do you currently have anything in your hands?
No.
Okay. All right. Go ahead and increase your stress level by 1 more. As you trying to be as quiet and slow as possible without peeling your eyes away from this horrendous monstrosity that you're barely able to see. You don't realize that the shoulder strap of this rifle gets caught on this the wet bar that was cleaved in two, and it has like a button that snaps to make it easy to remove that shoulder snap or the shoulder strap. And as you back away, you don't realize that it pulls it, and that button pulls open and the gun clatters to the floor. And it's at that same time that the door to the bathroom opens and Clayton, with a towel on her hair, steps out. She's dressed in nice clothing, but she looks over to you and then to Ava and says, "What's going on?"
I put my hand up real quick. Don't move.
And it's at that point that you hear the creature scream and howl, and it beats on the door several times. And Ava, just as nonchalant as she can, "Miss Clayton, Mr. Wilson, it appears that you have angered the beast. My apologies, I was trying to subdue it." It stops after hitting it a few times, and you can hear it running off. Miss Clayton looks at you. "Well, it appears that you have witnessed the fruits of our labor. That creature is the single most valuable entity on board this ship. And now it is likely after us. Pick up your weapon, Mr. Wilson."
And I quietly just mutter to myself as I pick up the rifle, pull the strap back over, clip it back on. So, shall we?
Ava turns back to you and does walk over, and she's got a smile on her face. "Mr. Wilson, I understand that this is a stressful and traumatic situation, but I assure you that should push come to shove, I will ensure that I am between you and the creature, for I am confident that I will be able to, if not subdue it, deter it. You should only use your weapon in extreme emergencies."
I appreciate that, Ava. You don't happen to know anything at all about these creatures, do you?
Negative, Mr. Wilson, unfortunately. The neomorph, as we've come to call them, is an unknown quantity. We have not been able to study it in its thusly progressed form, only in the newborn variety, as you surely saw in the med lab.
Fair. Another question I have for you here, Ava. Of the codes that exist on this ship, how many do you know?
When you reference codes, Mr. Wilson, what specifically do you mean?
Well, I mean, there are entry codes to certain doors. There are entry codes that maybe other crew members may have created in order for them to maintain their own goods. Are you aware of all of those, or
Clayton
do you just
laughs.
have?
No, she is not allowed to access crew members' private storage.
Just checking. Just wanted to make sure, because but sometimes you have to give your synth all of your information just in case you die. It's just
I told you already, Mr. Wilson, it's in your best interest to keep me alive. Just Ava will do that as well. It's not just you that she is programmed to protect. It's every human on board the ship.
Oh, I understand. And with that, he just kind of like pulls out the motion tracker that he has, and then starts using it to make sure that at this point he knows where everything is around him.
There are 2 movement dots on there whenever you pull it out. They are both on the bridge at this point.
Okay.
Which is like maybe 30 meters away from you. It's at the very edge of the motion tracking capability. So that being said, another warning comes over, the same as before, except it's 7 minutes at this point. Pretty sure that's where we were at. Yeah. What are you planning on doing now, Mr. Wilson? Are you going to stay in the corporate suite, or are you trying to leave the room? Ava is obviously asking you if you want her to go retrieve the filters at this point.
Why don't we all just go see what we can find? Stay together. The more of us that there are, the easier it will be to traverse this entire situation. And if you happen to find, and he points to Clayton, anything that you may be able to use to defend yourself, I recommend that you wield it if possible. There was mention about fire. So are there pilot lights somewhere that we can use?
The best opportunity that we would have is what you've already seen, the barrels down on the cargo deck in the storage room. To my knowledge, I am not aware of where any incinerator units are aboard the ship.
Well, then we just go together. We go to find where the air scrubbers are. We try and get the filters up to the shaft so that we can have this fixed.
Ava nods, and she's got a big smile on her face. A tremendous idea, Mr. Wilson. Shall we?
Yes, we will. Miss Clayton, if you please walk ahead of me. I want to be able to watch what's coming from behind us. The person who has the least capability should be protected.
Of course, happily. And she does. So your marching order is Ava, then Clayton, and then yourself. You start to head down towards the living area. Actually, Ava asks you what your preference is, because you could easily get down to Junction B, or get down to the cargo deck from Junction B. However, she knows that from your motion tracker, the creatures are in the bridge, and that would put you closer to them. So she is willing to do that. However, if you would prefer to take the long route and to go to the southern part of the ship to take that junction, she understands.
We don't have time. We don't have time for that, because it'll take us longer to get there. So I'm just going to stress to her that we do not have time to reroute. We have to get to B1 and get down to where the closest access points to the cargo bay. So we have to go to Junction B1.
Okay. And then I need you to give me another mobility roll, please.
Okay.
Look, you got an extra die now.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's one success on a regular dice, and then 1, 2 successes, and a 1 on stress die.
All right. Well, unfortunately, 1 on a stress die means a panic roll. So, please roll a d6 and add your total number of stress to the result.
8 total.
All right, so we're going to say that this is not a complete failure. In fact, I will say that you are able to move relatively quietly, pressing yourself up against every single wall that you can to make yourself as small as possible. But you gain a tremble, so you start to tremble uncontrollably. The stress is quickly starting to eat at your nerves. Any agility roll that you make has a -2 penalty.
Great. Love it.
And so you descend into the cargo deck whenever the next warning comes with T-6 minutes. Davis, you are having a very hard time accessing this mother mainframe. Even with the override key that you grabbed from the captain's chair, it is telling you that you do not have sufficient privileges. Your access code is invalid.
Rude. Okay.
What is next?
Well, I'm gonna radio the captain.
Mm-hmm.
I tried to access the Montero's mother to try and break away the autopilot. I can't get through to this damn ship's mother. What do we do, Captain?
Game mother, can I get, my access code theoretically would work. I can just give that to him, right?
It would. However, you're also pretty sure that voice recognition is part of it.
Fuck. Okay. In that case, then I'm going to radio back and... Okay. Stay there. I'm on my way. And then I'm going to kind of turn to Lyra. Do you think you can handle it out here on your own?
Yeah, I think it might be the only option we have, and I'm going to do what I can.
Okay. You need anything, let me know, and I will try to get back here as quickly as possible.
I will.
Davis
You too.
will radio in and say, just get the engines coming. Captain, Lyra, get this baby going.
I'm working
see
on
if
it.
I can at least steer us away.
I'm on my way to you, Davis, and I'm gonna go do that now.
Are you going to re-enter the ship, or are you going to try?
Yes.
Okay, you're not going to try to make your way up there. Gotcha.
I feel like that's gonna be a much slower trek
Usually.
to try
yes.
to make my way that way. So yeah, re-entering the ship would probably be best. And yeah, while I'm doing that, I'm gonna get back on the comms to Wilson. And Mr. Wilson, how is our situation with Agent Clayton going?
Swimmingly.
Fantastic. That's what I like to hear.
exercises in patience have been wonderful for me.
Out of curiosity, are you still armed?
Yes.
Good to know. My previous remark still stands. And then I'm going to close the calmly and continue on my way.
Okay, and I'm assuming that you're also trying to take the fastest route that you possibly can as well. Okay. The fastest route for you, as you re-enter the vehicle bay, you take the elevator up. Now the power is back up and working from where the vehicles are all tethered up to the catwalks, and head south to junction C2. As you reach junction C2, you hear that whatever was down here in the reactor relay control room is very much still down here.
Shit.
And the banging can be heard as you go into junction C2, and then you hear the crash of metal. It is safe to assume that it has broken the door.
I'm going to increase my speed as much as possible.
You quickly move up the ladder, hoping that it has not seen you.
Not trying to get caught down here by myself with that.
Right. The other thing to note is that... Need to see here... Something... You're not sure if it's the constant adrenaline that has been pumping through your body for the last hour or so, or what other thing. You know, you're not a medical professional whatsoever. Your extremities are feeling a little warm and
Oh no.
and itchy. Like It's not painful or anything of that sort. It's just like if you've ever had a mosquito bite, it feels like you have a bunch of, well, obviously we've all had mosquito bites. It's like you have a bunch of mosquito bites on your hands and feet.
Damn cure. Okay, yeah, still making my way. And as I'm going, I'm just going to radio to Davis. Not to be alarmed, but Davis, you might want to have that axe ready just in case when I get there. I might have picked up a passenger that it might be following me. I can't say for sure, but just in case.
Where are you coming up from? I'll meet you halfway.
And I'm coming up from the catwalk, correct?
So you would be going from junction C2 up to the med exam room on cryo deck.
Okay.
You're on opposite ends of the ship right now.
Yep.
I'll relay the information that is what I am doing, so.
And just as you make it up to the cryo deck, you actually, because you could, again, the lights are on and everything like that, you can see all the way down to the cargo deck, and you see that creature like burst into junction C2, and it's looking around frantically.
I'm gonna try to dip around a corner or something to try to hide from it, and I'm gonna radio to Davis and let him know that as to where it's at, that it's in, you said cargo bay 2?
No, junction C2.
Junction C, sorry.
Directly under you.
Right.
Yep, 2 floors beneath you.
Yep.
Go ahead and give me a mobility roll. Agility plus mobility. You are trying to very quickly get off of this ladder and hide.
Would we have heard that too? Because we just got down to the cargo bay.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Hey, maybe it'll see you guys instead of me.
I love hearing that.
I did not succeed. I didn't get a 1, but I did not succeed on that at all.
Would you like to try to push your roll?
Yeah. I would
Alright.
like to do that.
Increase your stress by 1 and re-roll any failures.
I did get 1-6. Ha! Yes, I got a
Alright.
6.
For the sake of this being a contest, I am actually going to roll this monster's observation to see if it sees you.
Yeah, and I do want to say that Davis is on his way to Junction A2.
I'm gonna get eaten by an alien.
It does not look up before you get off of the ladder.
Good deal.
You were looking down to see, and it obviously is out of your vision, but it was not looking at you whenever you lost line of sight. Meanwhile, Wilson, you, Clayton, and Ava are on C deck at this point. You are on the cargo deck, heading towards... Where would you be going? Let's see.
Wherever the air scrubber filters are.
Yeah. You would need to go down to the vehicle bay, actually. That Ava tells you that the scrubbers are stored with the vehicle parts.
Okay, well, I guess that's where we're going.
And it's at that time that you're heading from Junction C1 to the catwalks that overlook the vehicle bay when you hear the monster crash into Junction C2. The door from the catwalks to Junction C2 is closed at this point. It does have a viewport so you can see in there. You see the abomination as it's frantically looking around the junction. And Ava is not smiling currently. And she is hurrying towards the elevator that Vanessa just took up. So it is currently in the position above the catwalk. And she says, I would advise you both to hurry.
Yeah, you bolts over.
Clayton is unnervingly calm as she walks. There is purpose in her step, so she understands the threat that you are under, but she is keeping her shit together pretty well.
I don't understand her woman. But yeah, we head over to the elevator and then head down to the vehicle bay.
As the elevator starts descending, it obviously makes noise. You hear the creature start banging on the door from Junction C2 that leads to the catwalks. It has a bone to pick with somebody, and that somebody is anybody.
Yeah, I would assume.
So you head down to the vehicle bay. You guys get the next warning, T-minus 5 minutes. And I will say that Davis, you and Captain Miller actually meet halfway. Just as Davis, you are slamming the button to open the door to cryo, Captain Miller is running down that short hallway, and you guys almost smack into each other. Because remember, there's no viewport on this door. So it slides open. Captain Miller's running. Davis is about to bolt down, and you see each other and stop abruptly.
Just no. Go. Back.
And he'll turn and he'll rush. We got 5 minutes.
Where are you
Come
guys
on.
going?
I suppose back to try to put in my code.
Okay.
With my voice and such. But as we are doing that, you said we're in the cryo.
Yeah, we're heading.
Y'all are going to be heading back north.
Scrubber shaft.
Yeah.
Okay.
I need both of you to give me another mobility roll, please. As you are hurrying, but you're also painfully aware that just below you in the bridge, at least 4 minutes ago, were these monsters.
Did you get a 1? You got three ones.
Oh my gosh. Are they all on stress dice?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, they don't stack, so that's
Oh my goodness. I was
good.
gonna say, oh shit.
That's good. They don't stack. That's still gonna.
I got 4 6s and 2 1s, but none of the ones are on stress die.
Okay, so this actually might be salvageable. Hold on 1 second. I gotta count dice here. Okay.
So my stress level goes up?
Not just yet. It might.
Oh, good,
It might.
good.
It might. I have to check the table. Okay. So let me see what stunts we can do with mobility.
Clearly this itching and stuff is really like fucking with my mind and stuff, so that's what's happening here.
Your mind is in between two places at this point, so it's hard for you to stay mobile.
Please roll,
apparently.
Captain Miller. You're gonna roll 1 of your stress dice, and then you're again add the total number of stress to whatever the result is.
Got a 6.
And what stress level are you at? Oh, is that what you rolled, or is
4.
that your result?
That's my result.
So you rolled a 2.
Uh-huh.
Okay. You're hurrying, but you managed to keep it together. A 6. You don't panic or anything like that, but you're right. The itching is starting to bother you. Your attention is being drawn to like 4 different places. There's so many things going on. It's hard for you to focus. You're not being as quiet as you wish you were. However, Davis, you are very much so like a mouse in the walls and moving as quickly and as quietly as possible. In fact, you're doing so much so that you are even able to like take the time to stop and just peek inside each of the ventilation shafts that you passed, look into the doors of the other rooms before you turn a corner, and you don't see anything as of now as you guys reach the mother terminal.
Yep, and he is like, he'll check and he'll just be like, "Come on, Nessa, let's go," and like kind of wave now and like kind of taking point.
Yeah, I'm going. Clearly, probably very uncomfortable, but going.
A thought also dawns on the both of you as you're both the most seasoned space truckers of the crew. That what Davis said before is absolutely true. Whenever your ship self-destructs, all of the cargo that's on board that is not fully processed is still very highly explosive. And with it being as close as it is to the Cronus, is going to cause severe damage to the Cronus if it is not very far away from this ship.
Yeah. As we're going, so that I can try to aid with that part of it, I'm going to check in with Lyra. Lyra, progress report, please. How are you doing out there?
It's going as fast as it can go, Captain. I'm trying to get to the next bit. I'm still working on the engine.
Yep, that is correct. You're close. You've got a couple more nodes that you have to repair, and there's a few of the couplings that you have to weld back together before you should be done.
I'm getting real close, though. How's it going down there?
Working on it. If by some chance you get caught out there and we don't succeed in what we are trying to do right now, then I need you to somehow find a place to be so that you are not hit by any debris.
I'll do my best, Captain.
Okay. Keep me updated.
I will.
All right. You reach some other terminal, and again, this is an older model than your ship. Still same functionality. just different interface that you have to work it. What, Captain Miller, what particularly are you trying to get Mother to do here?
I'm going to try to, since you said that it was probably a verbal voice recognition, I'm going to try to give my access code so that we can proceed with trying to get that ship as far away as possible.
Okay. And so, yeah, you come into the Mother terminal with Davis. Davis, you go in as well. And if you remember right, you had given yourself the keys to the kingdom, as it were. You say the access code, and the Mother terminal gives you an affirmative. However, whenever you instruct it to link to the AI of the Montero, it processes for like 10 or 15 seconds, and it apologizes and says, unfortunately, Captain Miller, the Mother aboard the USCSS Montero is unresponsive. I'm unable to initiate a link. And that's whenever you get T-minus 4 minutes.
Fuck. Okay, I'm going to use the comms and let Wilson and Lyra know that link unsuccessful. We are running out of options. Need those engines working.
All right.
Like now, Lyra.
All right. I will do whatever I can to make engines work now.
Unfortunately, you are restrained to the fact that it's still going to take you another 3 minutes.
For the shot.
Does the captain have a gun? I don't remember.
I have a bolt gun. That's it. I had the bolt gun.
Also, for those of you that fired your bolt guns, you can have reloaded it at this point.
And with that not working, and that itching is still happening, I'm gonna take off the suit because clearly there's something not okay, and I need to see what the hell's going on, so that I can hopefully figure it out and get a clear head so that, not die.
It's going to take you just a quick second. Meanwhile, Davis, can you please give me a piloting roll?
Yeah, absolutely. Wow, 1-6 out of.
That's all you need. You only
11
need one.
dice.
You only need one success. You see Captain Miller starting to take her helmet off, and then starting to prepare to get out of her suit. And a thought dawns on you. Out of the whole crew, you are the fastest. Not only whenever it comes to flying a ship, but just moving in general, you are the fastest. If you can get on board the ship, then you know that ship like the back of your hand. You think that you could get to the bridge and put the Montero, like you can do a delayed engage of the FTL drive, or at least put it on autopilot course to get as far away as it can. You're going to be cutting it super close if that's the route that you take to get back to the Cronus, but you're running out of options here.
Yep. As the captain starts to do this, he's like, I don't know what's going on, and he's like, he'll take his helmet off.
What are you doing? No, you do not do that.
Do you trust me?
Yes, but you cannot do that.
I need you to trust me, and he's gonna kiss her.
Okay.
All right.
And that's for Quantico. Remember, this. And he's gonna put the helmet back on, and he's gonna just, Nessa, I need you to trust me. Trust me. I'm gonna get us the fuck out of this, but you have to trust me.
Go. Do what you have to do.
And he's gonna make his way to the Montero as quickly as he can.
All right. Mr. Wilson, you and your entourage have reached the vehicle bay, and as you do so, the door from Junction C2 crashes open as you reach the bottom in the vehicle bay, and you see this abomination. Again, it looks like a silverback gorilla with an elongated head. There's a reason that the nickname for these creatures are beluga heads. It looks like a silverback gorilla with a beluga head, a whale's head.
Oh, right. Okay.
So,
Sure.
whenever you reach the bottom of the elevator, it does not appear that this thing has put two and two together yet, showing that it probably doesn't have great intelligence level. It's probably like an animal. Ava looks up because, again, from the vehicle bay, the catwalks are above it, and you can see onto them. And the thing is moving along the catwalks, looking around frantically. And Ava whispers to both of you, I believe that if we're quiet enough, she points, because it is like kind of on the far side where the vehicle parts storage and the equipment shed are, we can maneuver through the vehicles and hide ourselves. Okay. Another mobility roll, please, sir.
All right. So you said because of my tremor, my mobility rolls are -2, so that's -2 dice, correct?
Correct. Might I recommend, if this is an important... sorry, let me not give you recommendations. I have a reminder to everybody that you have one story point for, or if you would like to automatically succeed a roll that has to be spent before you roll.
Before I roll?
Correct.
I'm saving mine to cure whatever the fuck's wrong with you right now. Fingers crossed, right?
I'm
telling you, these things observation is not good. So your chances are fair.
That's 2 successes, and that's a 1 on a panic die. That's 2 1s on the panic die.
All right. Let's make ourselves a panic roll, good sir.
Panic roll. Here we go. That is a total of 10. I've been doing so good up until right now.
This is how this is stress mechanics work, my friend. Okay, this is relatively low impact, to be honest with you. Your stress level is going to increase 1 more.
Great. Love it.
But you freeze in place. The stress of everything and seeing this monster just not even 10 meters away from you, and its size, the fact that it is strong enough to break open a metal door on this ship is just terrifying to you. So you are kind of just frozen in fear in the elevator.
Yeah. Wilson stops, is staring at the thing that he can see, and just like claws for the rifle and like pulls it up. Doesn't even like point it, just holds it close to his chest and goes, I need you to go without me.
Yeah, Ava does look at you, and Clayton looks at you, and there's a look of sorrow on her face. Like, she feels bad for you. She is also looking directly at this thing, looks to Ava and nods, and Ava says, of course, in a hushed tone, and Ava makes her way across the vehicle bay successfully. Meanwhile, Davis, you rush to the airlock, decompress with your suit on, and are able to get inside of the umbilical and onto the Montero with no roll needed. And that is whenever you hear the T-minus 3 minute warning.
I know that ship like the back of my hand, and I am rushing to where I need to go to get this, this beautiful, beautiful, beautiful girl out of here.
Let me see what that looks like. All right. What you are going to do is once you reach the bridge, I'm not going to make you make a roll for that again. This ship is very familiar to you. You get to the bridge, and you know that 2 minute warning is coming up any second now. Go ahead and give me a piloting roll, -2 to your dice pool.
Okay.
You only need one success, and what you're trying to do is plot a course to get this thing as far away from the Cronus as you possibly can.
I did get a 1 on a stress die, but I got 2 6s.
Would you like to try to push that roll?
I will push that roll, actually.
Since you have the...
I'm reckless.
Yeah, so... since you have the reckless talent, I will allow you to push the roll.
Yep. So I am going to roll... I can roll all the dice that aren't 6s, right?
Correct. Including the 1 on the stress die.
Okay, great. Oh, God. Dropping stuff. No more 1s on the stress die, and I bumped it up to 3 successes.
Did you remember to add the extra stress die from pushing your roll?
I rolled an extra stress die, but I'll just go ahead and roll that separately. No, we're good.
Okay. 3 successes. Yes, absolutely. In fact, I will say that you are able to do this quickly to make it more simple on the stunts that you're able to pull. So... about halfway through you piloting this new course, you get the 2 minute warning, and about another 15-20 seconds goes by before you initiate it. You have to bypass some of the mainframe and like the firewalls and stuff like that the mothers tried to put up, but god damn it, this is your ship. You know how to pilot this ship. You know how to make your way around all of the things, and because, of course, you make all the risky maneuvers, you know how to tell the ship basically to fuck off whenever it's telling you it can't do something.
Yep.
So, that's exactly what happens. You put the ship on course for its own course. Yeah, you put it on course for a different course to get as far away as you can. With 2 minutes, you're not going to be able to get it very far, but you're going to be able to minimize the damage as much as you can, and you book it back to the airlock. Meanwhile, Captain Miller, you are in the mother terminal unit of the Cronus, and you start to take your suit off. It takes you about a minute or so. You can see on your hands, first and foremost, that's the first thing that you get out. Your skin is a little bit red and mottled. Not like there's no sores or anything like that going on, but it does look like your skin is flush. And your blood pressure probably is like spiking.
I'm going to... Is there any way for me to disconnect like the comms from the helmet to take mobile with me? Or no?
The comms are part of the integrated suit. So if you take the suit off, you will have no comms.
Okay. In that case, yeah, I'm gonna if we got the 2-minute warning, I'm going to at least put the helmet part back on to radio to Lyra and get a progress update. Lyra, how are you doing out there? You're muted, babe.
Comms are down. Comms are down.
Comms are down. Where am I at this point? Am
Yep.
I still on engines?
About 2 minutes. You're
Still,
pushing.
I think I'm about 2 minutes out, Captain. Getting there.
Find cover.
Oh, all right.
Take cover now. If there's anything left after that, we'll deal with it then. Take cover. Get to the bridge as soon as you can, but take cover for now.
All right.
Yeah.
I will start looking for cover.
You do look around, Lyra, and realize that you can't actually see any part of the Montero. So, from your best estimate, unless some kind of freak accident happens, you're not going to be in any risk. And you're so close to being done. If you put in all this hour of work and just abandon it now, it's all going to be wasted.
So I'm going to try and find like just a spot nearby where I could kind of like hold on if I need to, or kind of get my feet really stable. And I'm going to keep on trying to fix the engines.
Okay. Sounds good to me. Meanwhile, yes.
I was just going to say after that, I'm just going to put out a full radio that as soon as everybody can, get to the bridge and we'll reassess soon. And then I will take everything off and I'm going to go try to find the med bay. Because I need some Benadryl or something.
So, okay. All right. And no, your suit's off now, or did you put it back on?
I have now officially taken it off.
Okay.
Yeah, I just told everybody that to get to the bridge that I'd meet them there, and I'm gonna go to the med bay first.
The air is very heavy in here. It is hard for you to breathe. Not to the point where you are in immediate danger, but you are not going to be running laps or anything like that. If you were to be too physically active, you know that you're going to get winded very quickly. And you head to Junction A1, which is where the airlock is. You get the 1 minute warning at this point. Mr. Wilson, Ava has returned to you with an armload of what appear to be air filters. They are rather clunky. There are 4 of them. And she is very much so trying to move as quietly and slowly as she can as she gets back to the elevator. Mission accomplished. She looks up. I'm uncertain if that variant is going to react the same way to me as the other one does. I have not tested that.
So we should just get in the elevator and go back. That's what we should be doing, right?
Well, the dilemma, Mr. Wilson, is that I believe if we take the elevator up, it is going to draw the monster's attention.
Okay. Do you have an idea as to like what we could do, how we can get up to A deck faster?
Ava looks to Clayton and says, Miss Clayton, correct me if I am wrong. I do believe that the Weyland-Yutani Corporation's value is seen in the other variant of creature aboard the ship. This one is... She seems like she's searching for the right word. Not of the same origin. Therefore, it is less valuable. Clayton looks up to it. It's still just... I think it's kind of like pacing the middle catwalk at this point, looking around for things. Clayton says... She nods. I believe, with what we know, that should it come to it, we can dispatch of this one. And she looks to you. I hope that you're a good shot, Mr. Wilson.
Just fine.
Well, now it is... She actually looks at you and says, if you are not so confident with your skills, I have significant combat training.
This is Clayton who's saying this to me? Oh, yeah, right.
Mechanically, I'm telling you she has one extra die in her pool than you do.
No, thank you, Miss Clayton. I would prefer to bear the weight of this responsibility.
As you wish, and she presses the button to make the elevator ascend. And this immediately draws the attention of the monster.
Of course it does.
It looks over at the sound of the elevator ascending, and Clayton steps behind you. Yeah, even if your back is to the wall, she intentionally gets somewhat in cover behind you. Ava does step forward to put herself in between you and this monster. And this is whenever the T-1 minute warning comes. Davis, you are in the airlock. You have gotten the 1 minute warning. Give me... a heavy machinery roll. Lance. Sorry.
Heavy machinery?
Yeah, you are in the airlock of the Montero, and you need to quickly force your way back into the Cronus as you get the 1 minute warning.
And this is to get to the Cronus in time?
Correct.
I am going to spend my story point to succeed on that roll.
Okay.
Because I do not trust my 3 dice for heavy machinery.
Very good, very good. So you set the course on the piloting station for a 30-second delay, just to give yourself the time to bolt back to the airlock. The ship has already started moving whenever you get to the airlock, and you have to quickly punch it open. You reach your hands in, and as it's opening, like, force the decompression, and the ship has started to move as you drift through space. But you manage to grab onto the airlock of the Cronus from the outside. Well, actually, I'm sorry, it didn't decompress again because you left it open. Get inside, get the decompression, and the ship is on its own course at that point.
I'll kind of click on mission successful. Ship is on course. We should be okay. Captain, and he'll kind of notice the helmet on the ground. Successful.
Everybody else heard this.
What'd you do?
Went to Montero and moved it.
I was quick thinking.
Mr. Davis, you didn't.
Yeah, I did. Like you said, Mr. Wilson, this is our ship now.
Huh. Well, I'll be damned.
And that's the point where, Mr. Wilson, you are leveled face to face with this abomination. I'm going to draw initiative. May the odds be ever in your favor.
Not today.
Not today.
Apparently.
Not today. Okay, luckily enough, this monster only gets 2 actions instead of the 3 that the others get. All right, so Mr. Davis, I will have you draw first, and you go on 4. I'm sorry, Wilson. Apologies.
Thank you. I was going to say, I was like, I didn't know he was down here.
He is not.
I'm that fast.
Oh, yeah, or is he? Ava goes on 3. The monster will go on 5 and 8. And for the sake of making sure everybody's included, Clayton goes on 2, actually. Okay. So, Clayton first is actually taking the cover action at this point to make herself as not visible as she can behind like the railing or like ducking down to get out of sight. Meanwhile,
she's still within arm's reach though, right?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, the elevator is not large.
Got it.
That is exactly what Ava is going to try to do. She looks back to you and says, Mr. Wilson, I'm going to try to give you every opportunity to make your target easier to hit. Please do not shoot me. Unless you are okay with fixing me again. And without waiting for a response, she takes off running. And
this fucking synth, man.
She's going to attempt to grapple this thing. Let's see how well she does. What's her raw strength stat, no close combat?
That sounds like plenty of dice.
Okay. It is absolutely going to try to block. Well, look at that. It had double her dice pool, and she still managed to get more successes than it. So, Ava runs, and she is, again, small. She is very femininely built. It's a very strange form of synth. And slides underneath this thing's legs as it tries to, like, slam down on the catwalk on top of her. And she stands up behind it and wraps her arms around its midsection. Which will then bring us to you before the monster goes.
Just for everybody here and the audience, I am imagining Mary Elizabeth Winstead as Eva in this situation, because I am in love with Ramona Flowers.
She does look kind of similar to that.
Yeah. And I mean, I watched the Harley Quinn movie. I saw how she can move. It was great. There's the railing in the elevator, right?
Yeah, so the actual opening, like where it would connect to the catwalk, doesn't have a railing or anything like that, but it is like around it So there's probably like a 2.5 meter section right in the middle of the platform that doesn't have a rail.
Okay. I am going to try and find a way to set the end of the rifle, like the barrel of the rifle, on the railing to steady it.
Okay.
And then I'm going to aim at the creature.
Okay. So setting the barrel of the rifle down is basically the aim action. And since you already had it out and equipped, you do not have to use an action on that. Aim gives you 2 extra dice to your pool. And to fire...
so that gets rid of my tremor. Great. Perfect.
Yeah, exactly. Balancing things out there. So you can go ahead and roll your agility plus range combat, and don't forget that the gun has a +1 bonus to that.
Okay.
Keeping in mind that this creature has already been damaged. In fact, you can't see its back, but it is full of buckshot, and there is a bolt sticking from its chin up through the top of its head.
That is 1 success.
Okay. 1 success.
And I have to roll 5 stress dice.
Okay. Hopefully they give you some more successes.
No, but I did get a 1.
So, what's really great about whenever you're firing a weapon, which I believe this one is full auto. It is full auto. Whenever you roll 1 on a stress die with a full auto weapon, you unload the magazine.
All 60 rounds.
Now, the accuracy of those 60 rounds is another question.
Jesus Christ.
Give me 1 second. I got to look up full auto. Okay.
I knew I should have given that damn magazine back to you.
Can you actually... I apologize. Can you actually roll me 2 more non-stress dice?
2 more non-stress die?
Yeah.
Sure. Christ almighty. No. I got a 3 and a 2.
And 1 more stress die. And increase your stress level by 1.
It's a 5.
Okay. So still total of 1 success.
Total of 1 success.
Okay. Okay. I don't believe this thing is armor piercing, but I do need to check. It is.
The storm rifle is armor piercing, yeah.
Oh boy. It's only rolling 3 dice for its armor. And it got no successes. So you unload the magazine on this weapon, just completely firing at will. You are terrified. It is hard for you to aim because you're so shaky, but putting this on the railing kind of stabilizes it a little bit, and bullet after bullet launches into this monster with Ava behind it. The bullets also spray all around it, pinging off of different metal surfaces in here. Luckily enough, you are not anywhere near the outer hull. I say that as I'm needing to double check just to make sure. Yes. And it takes enough damage to actually put it down, if I recall correctly, because that was 2, 4, 7. Yep. So it had a total of 10 health, and you have now dealt it a total of 10 damage. So the thing screams out in pain and falls limp as Ava is still holding it, and then lets it go.
With the gun just smoking in his hands, he just like the tremble comes back, and he goes, get back in here. Get back in here now. And he just kind of like pulls back into the elevator, like back against it. And he's just like, every breath is trembled. And he's just leaned back against it. And then eventually his eyes fall on Clayton, who is clearly so much more in control than he is right now.
She actually gives you a very soft clap. Good job, Mr. Wilson. Well fired. Although you've now expended all the ammunition in our only weapon. The creature is dead, though.
I swear to God.
Ava does come back with the cargo. I would recommend that we leave post-haste, as the sound has most definitely attracted the attention of anything else on board.
Let's go. Yeah.
And you do. And at the same time that this is happening, the Captain Miller, you are heading down to the med bay.
Yes, I am.
You head down through Junction A1, taking out Junction B1, and I'm gonna roll something. Okay. You hear the gunfire from the cargo deck. A lot of gunfire. But you don't stop because there's no point. Nothing you can do about it. You do have to cross through the living area, and as you do, you see Sergeant Reed and Second Officer Johns, but they do not quite look like themselves.
Oh.
That's
not good.
Have gotten dressed, thankfully. But they are arguing very heatedly with each other. And you can see that on their arms and legs, they have motes starting to come up on their skin. Little splotches of discolored skin. You can see their head shape is a little bit too large. And as soon as you come in, they look to you. And that is where we are going to take our break.
Shit. I'm fucked. I'm so fucked. I'm so fucked.
No. Oh no.
And you wanted me to take the cue.
I know, right?
Thank you so much for hanging out with us, guys. We will be back in 5 to 10 minutes. Please be sure to hydrate and stretch. We will be right back with you.
I'm like a falling star, I burn alone. I've got a heart without a home. Underneath this empty sky, just waiting for a sign. And it seems to me that gravity has got its hold on me, but I'm about to break free. Mothership, take me home tonight. Help me find a way to turn this darkness into light. Oh, mothership, take me home tonight. Help me find a way to turn this darkness into light. Like a flare without a spark, a shadow wish into the dark. Far across the galaxy is where I dream to be. And it seems to me astrology has got its plans for me. I just gotta believe. Oh, mothership, take me home tonight. Help me find Darkness, darkness. Into the light. Help me. Mothership, take me home tonight. Help me find a way to turn this nightmare into light. Oh, mothership, take me home tonight. Help me find a way to turn this darkness into light. Falling star, I burn alone. Got a heart without a home.
A glass cannon is a character that can put out obscene damage very quickly, but is also incredibly frail.
I'm the one that gets it done in the clutch, so you know I never really gotta worry too much. I'm a glass cannon, glass cannon. You don't even want a dose of the smoke, so I'm recommending that you never try to provoke. A glass cannon, I'm a glass cannon.
If your objective is blatant confrontation, then you haters have greatly underestimated my station. I dominate with divination, I conquer with conjuration. I'm bonkers with evocation, I'm astonishing at abjuration. Patiently waiting for my invitation to help alleviate my already unbelievable reputation. No conversation, the brains of the operation, the pain of the population contained in a concentration of a spell slot. I got 27 in the clip, missiles emitting from my fingertips like warships. That's a handgun, damn son, shooting from the hip. Only one using telekinesis to get a grip. Cantrips waiting to be cast off. Prismatic wall, make 'em all blast off. Cackling my ass off, incapacitating them with laughter. Yazzik ain't the caster you wanna go after.
I'm the one that gets it done in the clutch, so you know I never really gotta worry too much. I'm a glass cannon, glass cannon. You don't even want a dose of the smoke, so I'm recommending that you never try to provoke. A glass cannon, I'm a glass cannon.
Anyone wanting to interfere can get weird and witness your worst fears in a 30-foot sphere. I don't care if you're a barbarian or a cavalier. Kick it into high gear, let me make myself clear. The pioneer, I can make your peers disappear. Send them to the ethereal plane as if they were never here. Cheers roaring in my ears, dearly revered. I'm happy to domineer any volunteers. Sincerely out of control, top of the totem pole. My cone of cold is freezing them fire trolls whole. I got the strap, just looking to trap souls. I've been snapping my firebolt, leaving smoldering holes. It's incredibly difficult not to acknowledge me. I am a prodigy, you'll read about me in your mythology. No apologies, I'm impossible to demolish. Consider this admonishing, second guessing my polish, you bitch.
I'm the one that gets it done in the clutch, so you know I never really gotta worry too much. I'm a glass cannon, glass cannon. You don't even want a dose of the smoke, so I'm recommending that you never try to provoke. A glass cannon, my glass cannon. I'm the one that gets it done in the clutch, so you know I never really gotta worry too much. I'm a glass cannon, glass cannon.
The general general strategy is to either destroy the enemy before being attacked, or to hide behind other, stronger ally units.
Who goes there? Why you dummies always coming in my lair like you want the smoke? All these wannabe heroes underprepared for the nightmare and despair that they dare to provoke. Most folk are doing their best to avoid me. Floor full of bones of the people that annoy me. Every now and then I get a couple of daredevils with the audacity to think that they can destroy me. Good luck with that, man. I got panoramic vision, meaning that I can see in any direction with precision. If it's your decision to attack, I suggest that you come back when your plans had a bit of revision to it. Notably, you should accept defeat. Consider this your last opportunity to retreat. Repeat, that was your last chance to survive. I hope that you enjoyed your time being alive.
You foolish for ignore the warning. Now you'll be dead before the morning. You should've looked over your shoulder. You're in the eye of the beholder.
I am the tyrant, get it? I've actually been told that I'm a pretty funny guy. Wait a minute, what were we discussing? I lost my train of thought. Oh, that's right, you were just about to die. How can I forget that? It's my favorite part. The only thing left to consider is where to start. In addition to magical abilities, I'm smart. I can make your demise art. Anyway, it appears that the wizard in your party is a gnome who was worth about the same as if he would have stayed at home. I'll activate my anti-magic cone, and in a moment I'll turn him into stone. When the barbarian inevitably flies into rage, I'll disintegrate her with one of my eye rays. By the way, I haven't even begun to try. Fly by and take a bite of the fighter's thigh.
You foolish for ignore the warning. Now you'll be dead before the morning. You should've looked over your shoulder. You're in the eye of the beholder.
While the fighter attempts to collect himself, he bleeds out on the space I dismembered him in. I wouldn't waste time telling me your names. I can guarantee that nobody's ever gonna remember them. Then again, you'll be on the list of my victims at the bottom of a column.
And we are back. Welcome back, everyone. Again, thank you so much for joining us here on the Bard's Playhouse for this epic finale of our Alien RPG series, Chariot of the Gods. Now, we are going to jump right back into the action with Captain Miller. You have just entered the living area on your way to the med bay, and you have encountered Sergeant Reed and Officer Johns in the middle of a heated argument. Their skin is mottled all the way from their hands up to like their elbows, that same kind of red, deep red with white splotches all over it. Their heads are a little bit misshapen, and Officer Johns looks at you and says, "Captain, just who I wanted to see. Listen, me and Sergeant Reed are having just a little bit of a fucking argument here. A little disagreement, as it were. I would hope that you can settle this argument with your commanding commands. So, Sergeant Reed, would you care to enlighten the captain about your brilliant plan?" Sergeant Reed just looks at you, and you can see, like, there's something in her eyes that she's not all there right now.
My hands go behind my back to hide the itchy redness, because, yeah, no.
Well, I'll tell you what, Captain. Since this fuckwit, Officer Johns here, it doesn't have the balls to take command of our own ship, and left it to you, respectfully. I appreciate your rank and you helping us out here, but we're in quite a bit of a fucking pickle here, Captain, as I'm sure that you know. I just saw some kind of fucking creature. She points back towards the hallway for the med lab. Just fucking over there. And I promptly suggested that I hurry my black ass up to the fucking examination room, go get my gun that you ever so graciously made me leave behind and hunt that thing down like it's some kind of trophy animal. But Officer Johns here disagrees that is not a good idea and does obviously trust in my combat training. So would you please enlighten him of whose idea is better?
Well, first, yes, I am the commanding officer on this ship as I am a captain and you are not, clearly. Second, you said the creature went into the med lab. Is it securable? Can you lock the doors? Can you leave it in there?
Well, I don't fucking know. I didn't want to mess with it. I don't know what that thing can do.
You wanted to go and find a gun so that you could come back and hope it's still there so that you could try to shoot it when clearly normal rounds don't really do much. But, you know, valiant effort. Applaud you for your thoughts there. But I think that would probably not be a great idea for you to do that, considering that from what I've seen so far, you would likely just, get yourself perished, which is not what anybody wants in this situation at all. My suggestion would be to try to secure that creature in that med lab there, and then go get your gun. That way, if it does by some chance get out, then you can try to take your shots at it. If you go hunting it, you're probably going to find more than one. And really, do you think that you can successfully take out more than just one of those things with your gun?
You bet your happy ass I can. And she actually
okay, gotcha.
She
understood.
Stands up really tall and pulls her shoulders back. She's bucking up to you and takes a few steps in your direction. And she says, "Who are you to question me? I'm the chief security officer on board, and we obviously have a threat, and you're hindering my ability to deal with it. I don't care if you're the captain or not. We have to kill that thing."
Who do I think I am? I'm the goddamn captain of this fucking ship. That's who I am. And you will abide by my command. Otherwise, you can fuck right off. I mean, I can have you put in an airlock and sent out into space.
Before your
that's
eyes,
your preference.
You see Sergeant Reed, and her eyes, that look of just not being all there turns into fury, just pure anger. You see the neck muscles strain, and it's so weird. Now that you're looking at her closer, you can tell her arms are a little bit longer than you had seen her before. And you hear a kind of a crunch that you aren't sure what it is. And she stops talking to you and just looks at you and goes straight for a haymaker on you.
Fuck you, bitch!
Straight try to fucking deck you.
What a bitch.
She is. She's also currently being overtaken by this thing.
Can I shoot her with my bolt gun?
Did you have it out?
I mean, it's with me.
I will allow you to say that as you were walking through the corridors by yourself with these monsters on board, you had your bolt gun out. That's probably a relatively safe assumption to make.
So, then I would absolutely try to take a shot at her if she tries to come fucking hit me. The fuck?
All right, so we're going to make this a test here, or a contest, I should say. She is going to roll her close combat roll, and you should make your ranged combat roll, and whichever one of you gets more successes is going to win.
All right.
Update your vaccines, folks. This is what happens. Efficacy.
All right, where's my ranged combat? I'm not seeing it.
It's agility and ranged combat.
Okay. I see now. Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah. We'll
I see.
We'll resolve
I see now.
what happens next after that.
My screen's playing tricks on me. I couldn't see it for a second. Got it. I want better numbers than that. That's good though.
Don't forget to roll your stress die.
All of them.
Not so good. Okay. All right, I got a total of 3 6s. One of those was on a stress die, so.
And no ones on your...
No ones. None.
Okay. Couple of things are going to happen here because both of you got 3.
Shit. I should have done my automatic success on this one.
That's all right.
Next time. It's fine.
All right. So what happens is you quickly bring up your bolt gun as you realize that she is about to deck you. You're not able to get any way of like an aimed shot whatsoever, but you try your best to just fire, and you manage to hit her in the leg. And she does like cry out in pain, but her fist connects with your jaw, and there is a crack. You take 1 point of damage, increase your stress by 1. You're going to drop your gun from just the impact of this punch, as this is no human could punch this hard. You've been punched. You've been in bar fights, Captain Miller. A person cannot punch this hard. And I need you to make an immediate panic roll for me.
Okay.
So you're going to roll 1d6 and add your total number of stress to that.
8.
8. As you feel and taste the blood start to well up in your mouth, not sure if she's knocked any of your teeth out or anything like that, and you see the gun clatter to the floor in the direction of Officer Johns, you start to shake. Your body just starts to tense up, whether it's the adrenaline or from being hit, whether it's shock, you are shaking of anger or whatever have you. So all agility rolls are at a -2 until the panic ends. For you, Mr. Wilson, by the way, just a really quick thing, your tremble is gone at this point. And it's at that point we're actually going to draw initiative for you guys because this is a combat.
Just had my jaw rocked. That's great.
You did. It does not feel good.
That's fine. It'll heal.
Eventually.
Hopefully hers will leave a scar.
All right, Captain Miller, you are on 2.
All right.
The monster is on 5 and 7. And John's is on 10. Okay, since you have the initiative lead here, what would you like to do?
I'm going for the gun again to try to get off another few shots of her. Yeah.
Okay. If I remember correctly, how many times have you fired the gun? Twice at this point? Once?
First time.
Okay. You have 3 bolts left. So you don't need to make a roll for this. You quickly, first of all, spit the blood out of your mouth. It's welling up. And then scramble over towards where the gun is, taking up one of your actions. You pick it up and you start to reload, which consumes your other action. Which then brings us around to the monster, which I need to see what it's going to do. Okay. So the first action that it does is it, like, Sergeant Reed just yells out in pain as she grabs the bolt that you just shot into her thigh and just rips it out and throws it to the floor. And then she looks over to you with her second action and rushes you.
Fuck.
Your gun is not reloaded at this point, so I'm going to need you to make a close combat roll.
Oh, yay.
To either try to... basically to try to block.
So it's just close combat, or do I add the strength to it? Yeah?
Yep, strength and
No.
close combat.
Okay. Okay. Ha. I got 2 6s, but I did get a 1 as well.
All on the stress die?
Yep.
Okay. Fun times. Go ahead and give me another panic roll here really quick.
Mm-hmm. It's an 8 again.
Okay. You can't double up on panic rolls, so nothing adverse happens here. How many dice is that? 4, 5, 6. Okay. And she looks like she is about to, like, jump on top of you and shove you down to the ground. And just as you're, like, hurrying to try to reload the gun, you feel yourself get shoved. And Officer Johns pushes you out of the way as he gets shoved back into the wall of one of the living areas. And you just, you hear the thud resound against the metal, and he just, ooh! You can hear the wind just escape his lungs from the sheer force of her shoving him. And he just, like, puts his hand up to his mouth and looks to you. Fucking shoot her! He used his action to block the hit for you. And it's your turn again.
I'm going to fucking shoot her.
Okay. You do have the option to aim now as well, since you have 2 actions, so you can add
going for the
2
head.
dice if you want to.
All right. Yeah, I'm going for the head. Oh. I got 3 6s, no 1s.
Nice. Would you like to apply the extra 6s to more damage, or would you like to do some other stunt?
More damage.
More damage. Okay, so that's going to be a total of 5 damage if she doesn't do something about it. Okay. All right. And so you bring the gun up, you put your hand underneath it and level it as much as you can as she's sneering down at Officer Johns, and it fires and right through her temple. Just the sound of bone and flesh crunching as basically a railroad spike is slammed into it sounds throughout the living area, and she just freezes for a second, and then her body just tumbles to the floor and crashes.
Score.
Officer John's like, he's obviously having a really hard time breathing. What the fuck got into her? Holy shit.
You tell me. And does he now? He looks kind of similar to her, right? He's doing this weird changey thing, right?
Yeah, not as far along as she is.
I'm gonna pop him in the head too.
You start reloading the gun, and he's like, "Holy shit, Captain!" And he just looks over at you as you point the gun at him, keeping in mind this is your last shot if you use it on him. You have 4 bolts. I'm totally okay with it if that's what you want to do.
I'm gonna pop the shot off and try to kill his ass and then run.
Okay. Go ahead and give me that ranged combat roll.
Oh,
he
God.
just looks at you, dumbfounded, not sure what to do.
Consider it a mercy killing. God. Oh, those are good. Don't laugh at me. Yeah, I got 3 6s on that again, no 1s.
Okay. Do you say anything as you shoot him, or do you just shoot?
I'm just gonna say I'm sorry and just.
Yeah, and the sound of the compressed air behind the bolt gun just, and again, right between the eyes as he's looking at you like he is not sure at all what you're doing, and you pin his head to the wall behind him. Please increase your stress 1 more.
Shit.
You have effectively killed a human. He was going to turn eventually.
I mean, this was the easiest way to kill him before he
That's
became
true.
one of those things.
That's true. It is very, very true. However, as it is right now, he is still very much a human. But yeah, he is dead, and the 2 crew members are in their positions, creating equally large pools of blood underneath them.
And then they said that there's a creature in the med bay.
She said that she saw it going down the hallway where the med bay was.
Damn it.
And you're out of ammo.
I am out of ammo. I'm gonna. Did the rashy splotchiness that they had, did that look kind of like what I had going on?
You are no medical professional, but yes.
Fuck. I'm not going back to the bridge then. I'm not gonna do that. I am going to try to.
Mother, may I?
Yes. What is your question, Mr. Wilson?
I do believe that I did happen to give Sergeant Reed my service pistol.
You did. She did not use it. But you did.
If I see that, I will pick that up, and I'm gonna go try to find the med bay. Still, yeah. Hey,
right.
yeah.
I will. Good call. I will let you find that without making any kind of roll. It's not like she hid it on her person or anything like that. She just felt that a pistol would not be sufficient to fight one of those things. She had another weapon up in the personal lockers on the cryo deck that I will not tell you what it is. It's about at that time too. I will tell you what's going to happen after we move to Agent.
Oh, wait.
Yeah.
Did the one that I just shot, the one that punched me, she said that she had a gun somewhere else, right? Where was it that she said she had a gun?
She said up in the exam, or in the cryo deck, basically. You know that there's like showers and lockers up there, so
I would probably try to make my way up there to see what she had, because I know that a service pistol is not going to work very well against an actual one of those things, so I'm going to do that.
Meanwhile, Agent Wilson, you and Clayton and Ava are on the cargo deck, standing on the catwalk with a dead abomination. Ava says, "Well done, Mr. Wilson. we should rejoin the rest of your crew.
Well, yeah, yes. I mean, definitely. But we also need to get these filters back up to the A deck, I believe.
Yes, sir, that is correct. That will be the easiest way to access the air scrubber shaft.
Okay. All right. So why don't we just head there? We should go there first.
Very well.
And I will trigger the comms as we start to make our way up to A deck. I don't know what you all were seeing by the reactor. Lyra was did the thing that happened to kill our lovely little engineer. It looked like a kind of simian of some sort.
First of all, her name was Rye. Second of all, what did it look like? It did look kind of like that, didn't it?
Yeah, like you would have said it looked like a silverback gorilla with a too long head.
Second of all, yeah, that is pretty much what it looked like.
I thank you for the clarification, and I would like to let the rest of you know that I have dispatched that creature. I am on my way to the A deck, and I am going to clear out and maintain the filters with the synth for the Cronus, Ava. Also, can't wait for you all to meet her. She's lovely, as well as Miss Clayton.
Who is not?
I didn't say anything.
And it is about that time that Davis, you're still in the airlock, catching your breath pretty much. Lyra, you can see you've just finished your repairs. The engine should get back up and running now. There's a reboot that you have to do from inside the ship, but they are fully repaired externally at this point.
Okay, I would relay that to the crew. Just basically say, engines are ready. They're just going to need a reboot from inside, Captain.
None of you hear that as the Montero, which has gotten a not completely sufficient distance away from the ship, explodes. It interrupts all of your comms, and there is no sound in space, so the shockwave of the explosion is only preempted for you, Lyra, by the light that you see it starting to produce, and you know that you need to grab onto something, and you do. And you have to hang on for dear life as the shockwave from this explosion rocks the entire Cronus. And all of you on board, it feels like there is an earthquake going on. You have to grab onto whatever is closest to you. You almost fall over. You brace yourself on a wall, on the railings of the catwalks, as the ship just rattles. And you all know that means that your beloved Montero is no more. With that being said, Lyra, you make your way back into the ship. Back into the vehicle bay to see above you on the catwalks Agent Wilson and Clayton, accompanied by a woman that you don't recognize, as presumably the synth that he was talking about. And Davis, you are thankful that you managed to get the ship as far away as you could, because having felt the tremors from that explosion, it would have taken out half the ship or more if you had not. And Captain Miller, you are heading towards, you said you were going up to the med exam room trying to look for that weapon that Sergeant Reed mentioned, right?
Yeah, I'm looking for the weapon because I'm kind of fucked if I don't find a weapon at some point.
Okay. Yeah, you managed to head down. Well, actually, before I make that call for you, you would have to head through the hallway that leads outside of Med Lab to get to the cryo deck from here the most quickly, or you can go back to the northern part of the ship and take the long route.
I'm gonna take the long route.
The safe route or the fast route? That's the question.
The safe route. Safe route's probably a good idea.
Okay. All right. And so with your current injuries, you know, a likely broken jaw, and other sustained injuries, you are not doing too well, to be honest with you. And the last thing that you want to do is die to the hands of a monster. So you promptly cross the main deck and head up to cryo and make your way to the cryo rooms proper. The itching has not subsided. It has not worsened, but it is still very much inconvenient, uncomfortable, and just all around not fun time.
Out of curiosity, as I'm doing that, will I go past, by any chance, where I left my helmet? I should have taken that with me. I didn't do it. Why did I didn't do it?
Yes. And in fact, you would also encounter Davis in the airlock.
Oh.
So that is where we will rejoin the scene here.
That's gonna be awkward.
Yeah, you make your way up into Junction A1 and you see Davis exiting the airlock at the same time that you come up. Davis, Captain Miller is beat the fuck up.
What?
It's fine.
It hurts to talk, Vanessa.
And I'm gonna pull out one of the actual med kits that I found, and I'm gonna attempt to use it on her.
Do some medical aid here.
Yeah, I'm gonna attempt to do some medical aid.
All right. Well, that is an empathy roll for you, since you don't have medical aid, and you add 2 dice.
But I have pretty high empathy, so
you add 2 dice for the med kit itself.
Okay, and then I will also roll my stress die.
Make my jaw better enough so I can tell you to get the fuck away from me before I turn into an alien.
3 successes, no ones on stress die.
Give me 1 second. I am looking at med kits.
You give her one of those like pops you would give to like a tube TV to reset the jaw.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, just
totally.
Pop.
Okay. You are able to heal 3 health points, Captain Miller.
Aww.
It is by no means a permanent solution. Your jaw is most definitely broken, and you are going to need to see an actual doctor if you make it out of this. But you feel better. The pain relievers kicked in. So he puts gauze on all the cuts and other wounds so you're not bleeding, disinfects them, all that nonsense.
Now what the fuck happened? What?
two of the previous crew members were becoming one of those things or something of the sort. One of them did not like the fact that I was in command, and product of my station, I suppose. Either way, they're both neutralized. It's not a problem. But I need you to do me a favor. I trusted you. Now I need you to trust me. I need you to get yourself and Lyra, and if you see fit, Wilson, to the bridge. Lock it. And don't open that door again.
Can't do that.
You have to.
I left something in there.
What do you mean?
Safe.
Explain.
Maybe something came through the ventilation shaft and I shut the door on it. May have taken out one of the doctors, but fuck them.
Okay, well you have to get yourself and at least Lyra, if you choose Wilson, somewhere safe. This is not a laughing matter. Don't make me laugh.
I'm not laughing.
You are.
Just because it's just.
I need you to get somewhere. This is serious. You need to get somewhere safe and lock yourself in. One of the other crew said these creatures have a very short lifespan. Lock yourself in. Wait it out.
Engines are active. I can probably get this ship. I can fly this ship. That's easy.
No, I know you can. Not a concern.
No, it is a concern. It is a
I'm gonna
huge
hold up my
concern.
hands and say, I'm not a concern anymore.
No, it's fine. Well,
No. I've seen something. I just saw something very similar to this on the two I just killed down, and
this is
not a concern anymore.
It's because of me, isn't it?
No.
Yeah.
No.
It should have been me. It should.
No. Get your shit together. Now that is an order. You find a place for you and Lyra. Lock yourselves in. Wait it out. Do you understand? Davis, do you understand?
I don't.
Well, that's too bad, because you're gonna have to.
No, there's got to be another.
There's not. Clearly, whatever they thought was gonna work isn't a fix. So, rather than put you and Lyra in danger, I need you guys to lock yourselves in somewhere safe and secure, wait it all out. Okay? And then fly home. Both of you. And him too, if you need.
All right.
I am relinquishing my command to you. No. Go. Get Lyra and do what I said.
And he'll just like grab her by the face and just put his head on her forehead. Fine.
And she's just gonna pull back and continue on her trek.
And he'll stop her and he'll put the bolt gun in her hand.
Take the bolt gun, and I'm gonna look at it and just like, you may need this.
No.
I'm going to. There is another weapon. That's what I'm going to do now. I'll be fine. I'm gonna be fine. And if I'm not, I mean, it's over anyway. And it's fine. I have made my peace. You are gonna need this. Protect Lyra. Get home.
And I've got the axe. It's fine. Take it.
This isn't a discussion. I'm gonna give him back the bolt gun. When you get home, burn those fuckers to the ground. And I'm gonna turn and walk and go in the direction.
And just watch her walk away.
Going for that other weapon. Hopefully it's there.
All right.
He's gonna head down towards the bridge.
Okay. Meanwhile, Lyra and Mr. Wilson, Ava, and Clayton, you are on the cargo deck. What is it that you are all doing?
Well, when I come in and I see you all up there, I just shout up and say, engines are repaired. We just got to reboot in here. I don't seem like anybody heard me with the ship exploding. She kind of eyes Wilson.
I'm sorry that I couldn't catch that. It must have been a disruption in the electronics. Can you get that rebooted?
I should be able to. I assume I have to go to the bridge to do that.
Yes.
Okay. I just got to get back to the bridge.
Okay. I will hit the button for the elevator to take it back down because she's on the vehicle bay.
Mm-hmm.
I'm on the cargo bay. So I want to take the elevator back down to D deck so that I can get her and we can all take the elevator whoosh all the way up to A.
No. The elevator only goes from D to C.
Oh, okay, fine. Then we'll go take the elevator from D to C and then make our way up to A altogether.
All right. Sounds good. Clayton does not protest, nor does Ava.
Lyra introduces herself to everyone as well. Once they get there,
Sure.
I'm Lyra.
Clayton has the same exact smile that Mr. Wilson has whenever he is meeting members of the crew. And it's that I hope you eat shit smile that you expect every company agent to have when she introduces herself. And Ava very kindly greets you and tells you that it's a pleasure to meet you.
Same to you. Glad you're still alive.
Only because of the efforts of your Mr. Wilson. He is to thank.
Oh.
He just kind of like perks up about that a little bit.
Usual, but that is just great. I'm very glad he has been helpful.
One could even say that he has been incremental in the success of the last. She blinks a few times. 7 minutes.
Well, it's been a good 7 minutes then, Mr. Wilson.
Clayton is like, I'm sure that's the only good 7 minutes he can give someone.
Well, y'all are a fun bunch.
Shall we? And Wilson just like gestures to the catwalks where we can hit the elevator or the ladder.
Mm. Yeah, Lyra will nod and start heading that way.
Okay. Okay, so the best route that you guys are going to be able to take is to go through the busted down door to Junction C2, head up to the second deck, the main deck where the bridge is, and start heading that way. Meanwhile, Captain Miller, you are heading to the personal locker room. Once you get into the locker room where the showers are and everything, you actually see a bunch more of those fungal nodes in here. Like, they are all over the shower drains, and just, they are very much so prevalent in this room. You do search through the room, though, and you find a shotgun. Let me tell you what it is.
Question: would I have been able to grab the helmet?
Yeah,
as I
yeah,
was going
for
through?
sure.
Okay. While you were doing that, then I would have put it on long enough to make an announcement over the comms to the rest of the crew.
Mm-hmm.
Attention, crew of the no longer viable Montero and the Kronos. I, Captain Vanessa Miller, am relinquishing my authority to pilot Lance Davis. He is now in command of this vessel. And that is it.
Captain, is anything the matter?
No response.
I'm just seeing that she throws the helmet to the side after that.
Mm-hmm. Yep. That's it. That's all I had to do.
All right. You get no response, Lyra.
Very interesting.
Yeah. We'll have to figure out what's going on with that. Davis, what's are you reading? Is anyone else on comms? Something's gone wrong. Let's get up to the bridge and get engines rebooted, and then we should go out and figure out what's happened to both of them.
Yes, I also have to get these filters in place as well, because without them, the air in this ship is going to be completely untenable, and staying in these suits is not an option. So you can reboot the ship, and I will get these filters put in place.
All right, that sounds like a plan.
Okay.
All right. So, Captain Miller, just so you know, this shotgun has a +2 bonus. It does 3 damage. And it is short range.
Noted.
It also has the armor doubled special capability, or the special property. You have 2 reloads.
Said armor doubled.
Yep. The downside of using a shotgun is that buckshot isn't very good at piercing armor.
Got it.
And so, with that, let's see here. Just double checking on something. I actually think this is probably a good time for us to take just another quick break, only because of the fact that we have now completed the second act and are moving into the third. So we have some things, some upkeep to do, some things to distribute. So everybody, thank you again so much for hanging out with us. We will be back in a short 5 to 7 minutes. Make sure you use the restroom again and come back. We will be wrapping up shortly afterwards. Until then, we will see you in a moment.
Still alive, everybody.
I'm like a falling star, I burn alone. I've got a heart without a home. Underneath this empty sky, just waiting for a sign. And it seems to me that gravity has got its hold on me, but I'm about to break free. Mothership, take me home tonight. Help me find a way to turn this darkness into light. Oh, mothership, take me home tonight. across the galaxy is where I dream to be. And it seems to me astrology has got its plans for me. I just gotta believe. Oh, mothership, take me home tonight. Help me find a way to turn this darkness into light. Oh, mothership, take me home tonight. Help me find a way to turn this darkness into light. Ooh, darkness, darkness. Into the light. Help me, help me. Mothership, take me home tonight. Help me find a way to turn this darkness into light. Oh, mothership, take me home tonight. Help me find a way to turn this darkness into light. Falling star, I burn alone. Got a heart without a home.
A glass cannon is a character that can put out obscene damage very quickly, but is also incredibly frail.
I'm the one that gets it done in the clutch, so you know I never really gotta worry too much. I'm a glass cannon, glass cannon. You don't even want a dose of the smoke, so I'm recommending that you never try to provoke. A glass cannon, I'm a glass cannon.
If your objective is blatant confrontation, then you haters have greatly underestimated my station. I dominate with divination, I conquer with conjuration. I'm bonkers with evocation, I'm astonishing at abjuration. Patiently waiting for my invitation to help alleviate my already unbelievable reputation. No conversation, the brains of the operation, the pain of the population contained in a concentration of a spell slot. I got 27 in the clip, missiles emitting from my fingertips like warships. That's a handgun, damn son, shooting from the hip. Only one using telekinesis to get a grip. Cantrips waiting to be cast off. Prismatic wall, make 'em all blast off. Cackling my ass off, incapacitating them with laughter. Yazzik ain't the caster you wanna go after.
I'm the one that gets it done in the clutch, so you know I never really gotta worry too much. I'm a glass cannon, glass cannon. You don't even want a dose of the smoke, so I'm recommending that you never try to provoke. A glass cannon, I'm a glass cannon.
Anyone wanting to of fear can get weird and witness your worst fears in a 30-foot sphere. I don't care if you're a barbarian or a cavalier. Kick it into high gear, let me make myself clear. The pioneer, I can make your peers disappear. Send them to the ethereal plane as if they were never here. Cheers roaring in my ears, dearly revered. I'm happy to domineer any volunteers. Sincerely out of control, top of the totem pole. My cone of cold is freezing them fire trolls whole. I got the strap, just looking to trap souls. I've been snapping my firebolt, leaving smoldering holes. It's incredibly difficult not to acknowledge me. I am a prodigy, you'll read about me in your mythology. No apologies, I'm impossible to demolish. Consider this admonishing, second guessing my polish, you bitch.
I'm the one that gets it done in the clutch, so you know I never really gotta worry too much. I'm a glass cannon, glass cannon. You don't even want a dose of the smoke, so I'm recommending that you never try to provoke. A glass cannon, my glass cannon. I'm the one that gets it done in the clutch, so you know I never really gotta worry too much. I'm a glass cannon, glass cannon.
Welcome back again, everyone. Thank you so much for being patient with us. We have sufficiently hydrated and stretched and gotten our new players' agendas as we move into Act 3, the final act of our Alien RPG mini-series. Now, just to compress time a little bit here and put everybody in the same place quickly, I'm going to say that Davis, you have re-entered the bridge, discovering the mutilated body of Dr. Flynn. However, you can also see that his physical features were starting to take on that of the abominations. His arms and legs were starting to get longer, but apparently these creatures killed him before that could happen. There's no trace of them at this point. As you are on the bridge, and for safety measures, you lock the door of the bridge, keeping a very close eye on the ventilation shafts, as you know that there are 6 that go into this room.
Joy.
Yeah.
Bum, bum, bum.
Oh, what you would give to have the motion tracker that Mr. Wilson currently has.
That I started with?
Yep. It is past hands just enough times. Now, Mr. Wilson, you and Lyra and Clayton and Ava, where would you guys be heading? Is the intention to go back to the bridge?
Yeah, because that's how we get up to the air scrubbers proper, because there's like a ventilation shaft that we can get into to get in there.
So then that is where you will be as you head up to the junction, the 1.
A2, right?
No. So it's actually on A1. So if you look at the map on the cryo deck where you see the stairwell, that is what takes you to the air scrubber shaft.
Oh, okay, great.
So you all head up that junction, and we're going to catch up with you there. Meanwhile, Captain Miller, you have grabbed the shotgun. You're outside of just the itchiness and the heat in your hands, you've also developed a extremely painful headache. Yeah. And it's just starting, your existence is starting to become very painful as you have disturbed some of these neomorphic motes in the shower room, but you grab the shotgun with the extra shells and you leave the room. Where is it that you would like to go? You still have full control of your facilities.
I feel like I know what's gonna happen to me. I know what's gonna. I understand and I have accepted my fate. But if I can, while I still have control of myself, if I can take out as many of these things as possible before I am resulted to the inevitable, I'm gonna do that. So I guess that I'm gonna go hunting now. That way, at least while I am still in the right frame of mind, my crew may only have to deal with me in the end. I'm going to do that. I'm gonna go hunting.
All right. And so the last place that you know the monster was seen was on the hallway to the med lab, so that's the direction you start heading. Now, for the large group that's not with Davis, Ava does mention as you're making your way to the bridge, because it's quite a ways from where you're at. You're talking like the 3 decks up and the opposite side of the ship. Well, Mr. Wilson, I believe that now that we have encountered, well, that creature, I believe that it is appropriate for me to explain to you something that you may or may not have already figured out about the 2 different creatures. You do recognize that there is a difference between the 2 of them, correct?
I mean, physically, obviously, one is tall and lanky, the other is bulky, and but it seems less intelligent. The ape-like one.
Very much so, and there is a good reason behind that. So she looks over to Clayton before she says anything. I'm unaware of how to put this softly to you, and I do not have inhibitors programmed in my speech in order to put it to you easily. So please just know that I am giving you the information as it is, regardless of how you feel about it. What it appears that Dr. Flynn did not disclose to you, as he was the lead developer of this cure, is that whereas the cure for the 26 Draconis strain is a form of cure, the 26 Draconis strain itself, these neomorphic beings, Lyra, you're there as well, so you're hearing this explanation from Ava.
Okay.
They are immensely adaptive beyond any other recorded human history. If you're familiar with how cancer cells operate, they are beyond a level of what we know about cancer. They can make an evolutionary leap when introduced to external stimuli within minutes from what we have seen. And although the concoction that Doctors Cooper and Flynn developed does prevent the birth of the more slender version of these monsters, should one be infected with the motes and have the cure within their system, they turn into what you killed. It is simply an evolution, an adaptation of the neomorphic virus.
That doesn't sound like a vaccine that works very well.
As I'm sure you're aware, Ms. Chambers, no vaccine ever goes to production without its clinical trials first.
That doesn't give me much comfort, to be entirely honest, but
I apologize, although it is difficult for me to feel sympathy.
I know a few
Right.
people like that.
So, Lyra, have you happened to come across any of these moats? Anything that looks like mushrooms or fungus?
I haven't seen anything like that, I don't believe.
Okay, so that means you're safe, which is good. So, other than that, Miss Clayton, have you seen or come across any of these moats?
I can't say that I have, although I have been inoculated as well. Though, what is quite strange is that I have not displayed any symptoms as my fellow crewmates have. In the slightest. Perhaps this concoction works differently on different people.
Can I want to make a giant leap here. And I want to, because I have now spent considerable amount of time with both of these two. Is fucking is Clayton a synth? Like, do I get the sense that Clayton has been so calm because she is too a synth?
It might be assumed as such, or she may have just already known all of these things that were going to be happening and has fucking nerves of steel. It's much, you feel like if you would have known what to expect, it would have been much easier for you to process, as it would have been scary to face one of these things down. I mean, you saw her like taking cover and hiding behind you, but like she is acting like she knew exactly what the fuck was going to happen from the get-go.
Okay. Well, I mean, so she is as thin. She just a synth in the way that she lacks humanity and emotion.
Yeah.
So okay. All right. Okay. So avoid any of the fungal spores. Avoid coming into contact with these things, and just continue moving forward. I would assume is what we need to do, because we need to get this thing moving. This whole situation needs to be projected. I don't know what Miller thinks she's up to, or what's going on with her, but regardless, we need to get this moving, and we need to fix this ship and get home.
Yeah, we need to get off this ship. The ship's just full of dangers, and we've got two of the crew who are off who knows where. So I'm with you. We need to get this ship running as soon as possible, collect the rest of the crew, and get off it.
Right. So get the engines rebooted, and I think there was something about the comm array that needed to be reactivated. So if you could handle that, I will take. You know what, Ava, I would like you to go with Miss Chambers here, and help her in any pursuits that you might have. And then Ms. Clayton and I will continue in getting these scrubbers taken care of.
All right. I'll do it as quick as you can.
All right. So, you set to work, and there's a couple of things that you're going to have to do with these air scrubbers. So, first things first is from the stairwell that you have to access these from. You can only get into the air scrubber shaft through the maintenance shaft.
Yep.
Which is, it's hard to see on the map, but you can see the little dotted line that goes from the stairwell to the air scrubber shaft, and you have to crawl through that. So you can see, just as you kind of look out from the maintenance shaft, that this chamber goes all the way down to the cargo deck, the whole 3 floors. And let me look at your character sheet really quick just to see what kind of general knowledge you have here. Not a lot. Okay. You can see a pool of water at the bottom of the chamber itself. And condensation accumulates along the walls and from the top of the chamber, which is, maybe a few meters above your head, condensation falls. So your character probably doesn't have a good grasp on how this works, but the whole air filtration system works based on electrolysis. There's an electrical current that currently gets channeled through the rods that are in the water beneath that causes the separation of hydrogen and oxygen. It then gets filtered through the chamber in the water. Obviously, with condensation, just recycles itself.
Right.
So if you want to fix these, which you will not have an easy time doing, you are able to slowly and carefully climb down the slippery, wet walls with a maintenance ladder that is built into the chamber wall. You are going to need to make a heavy machinery roll for me.
Heavy machinery.
Yep.
Oh, great. Hey, Mother May I. That's a story point right there. Yeah.
All right. You are more than welcome to use your story point because I know that your pool for that is not the greatest.
Nope, it's 2 dice.
It is 2 dice. And so this does take quite some time to get accomplished, especially since you are not the ship's technician in the slightest. You've read the ship manual, the Montero ship manual.
Yeah.
So it's obviously got to work some way similar, and you kind of just have to slowly, through trial and error, work through this. Thankfully, since you're using your story point, there's no chance of you accumulating damage. You make sure not to get electrocuted and things like that, but it takes you a shift worth of work. So you're going to be down here for about 2 hours doing this.
Well, at least I'm away from danger. That's a good thing.
That is true. Clayton is watching, staying watch. She wants to make sure that you don't get trapped down in there because obviously that maintenance shaft can also be accessible by other things. All right. Lyra, you and Ava actually head back down to the vehicle bay because you need to spacewalk again.
Oh boy.
Thankfully enough, Ava actually has a really great Comtech roll. So please go ahead and give me a Comtech roll.
Okie dokie. I got a 6, but I also got a 1 on a stress die.
Okay, so we are negating that 1 on the stress die simply for the fact that Ava gives you 4 extra dice. So that is great. Do you have a weapon on you?
I have a bolt gun.
Okay.
And I have a harpoon. Or I did. I don't know if I still have that. And a cutting torch that I guess I could use as a weapon. Or try.
All right. You and Ava get to work on the comm array.
Okay.
It's going to take you about an hour.
Oh boy. Okay.
Meanwhile, Davis, you are on the bridge. The engines do kick back to life as you start to start getting ready to start piloting the ship. However, after the engines reboot, you're working on the nav table to plot a course, and you receive an error. It says, error, destination locked. And you see that the destination is Earth. Regardless of what you try to do, you try all your bypasses, you try to give the override that Captain Miller handed over to you, and Mother refuses to change course.
Okay. Great.
What do you do?
Kind of checking the status of everything, making sure, all is good.
Okay.
And everything is up and going.
Can you give me a Comtech roll, please?
I will. I am so good at those.
I think that's wits for you.
Yeah, it's wits. That is 2 successes, but a 1 on a stress die.
Okay. Go ahead and roll me a panic roll, please.
Okay, we'll do. 5.
Total 5. That's with adding your total number of stress to the result. Okay. You managed to keep it together, but you piece together exactly why it's locked, and you are able to dig a little bit, and you see that the reason you are unable to override it is due to Special Order 966. And you recognize this Weyland-Yutani order from your briefing about your mission, your true mission.
Okay.
And I think that you have your directives at this point. So what do you do?
I will, after really nothing I can do except for that, I will kind of look at the station, and it's no matter what, like it's kind of on autopilot right now.
Yep.
Right? Yep. I'm gonna head out and head up towards the A deck.
Okay. So you go up to cryo deck.
Mhm.
What are you doing there?
Looking for trying to find because I think I heard Wilson and or trying to find Wilson and I guess
You
what's
actually-
her name, Clayton.
Yeah. So you actually do. As you leave the bridge, you head up junction B1 to junction A1. You know where the air scrubber shaft would be here, and they're in the stairwell to the south of you.
Awesome. I'll kind of make my way over that way.
As you open the door, you see that Clayton is standing next to this maintenance shaft, looking periodically, just like checking it. She looks over to you. Oh, Mr. Davis.
How's it going?
I feel the ship start to move. Or are we able to start a course?
We're getting there.
Oh, fantastic. Great work. Great work, yeah.
How's it going in here?
She looks back in.
I put my bolt gun against her head and I pull the trigger.
All right. Yeah, go ahead and give me a range combat roll.
Okay.
Well done. I'm so proud of you.
5 successes.
You don't kill her. So, you put the gun against her head. She obviously feels it right as you pull the trigger and makes like a jerking motion so that it's just off of the mark for you. She like makes a pained sound but is not dead, and you can see that like the skin like is tougher than normal. And now that you're getting a close-up look of her, like you can see that some of the changes that some of the other crew members were starting to undergo, she actually was, but they look different on her. Almost as if she, like her body was adapting differently to the strain or to the cure itself. I'm going to draw initiative for the two of you to see which one of you acts next.
Yeah.
Because you have to reload this gun now, which takes an action.
What are you talking about? I got an axe.
That's true. You do have an axe.
You
obviously have, and it needs to be grinded as well. You go on 5, and she goes on 1.
Yep.
Okay, so what happens here is that first and foremost, she is going to try to throw you off of her. Okay. You can use... okay, let me tell you how the action economy works here. You can use an action to try to block her. But it is also an action to switch weapons. So, like, if you want to get the axe instead of the pistol, you would only be able to do that if you choose to block. Or you can just let her shove you off of her and then use your whole turn to do whatever it is you want to do.
Can I use the gun as a melee weapon?
Yes, but very ineffectively.
Okay.
I mean, you could definitely pistol whip her if that's what you're asking.
Yeah. I mean, I think at this point, I will let her shove me as I go to either reload or switch weapons, whichever is faster. If it's the same action, then I'll probably reload and then shoot. Whatever's quicker. If it's quicker for me to reload and shoot than it is for me to just drop and grab.
Yeah.
Just let me know.
She does manage to push you away, but not do any damage in the meantime.
Okay.
And she just looks at you and says, "You son of a bitch," as you are reloading your weapon and have the option to fire.
Yep, great. And I just go, you're compromised. And I will aim and fire.
Yep, another range combat roll. You don't get the +2 bonus for aiming, but you can make your normal roll.
Good. Yep. Oh, I didn't add the +2 from last time, so.
Yeah, I was assuming that you were aiming. You were point blank.
I was, but I didn't add the +2, so it's all good. That's not fun. No successes.
You get the gun reloaded and try to fire, and she, like, slides out of the maintenance chamber. Wilson, you hear the bolt sink into, like, the chamber above you. You just hear the sharp tearing of metal and the plink sound as it hits the wall. And she is gonna fucking rush you at this point.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, fair.
She is, actually, she pulls her own pistol at this point.
Okay.
3, 4, 5. Are you going to try to shoot again, or are you going to use melee? You can reload and fire again.
If she is pulling pistol and not rushing me, I will reload and aim.
Okay. This is a contested range combat roll then, and I think that... How many times have you fired that weapon? I've lost track. Was that your second?
This is... I'm going into my third time.
Okay.
Three successes. No failures.
All right. And she got 2. So you win the contest, and tell me how you kill her, because 3 damage is enough to kill her.
Great. I am going to, like, she takes aim, and I'm just going to bring it up, and I'm going to fire, and I'm going to pin her hand that's holding the pistol to the wall. And as that, like, comes up, I just kind of walk up and just look at her. I shake my head, and I'm just gonna kind of rear back and just hit her with the butt of the weapon to just, it goes black.
Okay. The sound of a gunshot goes off, by the way, Wilson. This time an actual gun, not a bolt gun. She does manage to get a shot off, as like you like shoot her hand, Davis, and like knock the pistol out, but she already had her finger on the trigger. It goes completely like wide. But as you look, you realize too that it grazed your arm. So the fabric of your suit is torn, and you are bleeding a little bit.
Okay, noted. I will walk over and I will pick up the pistol as I look down, and I probably have 1, if that, rounds left of this bolt gun.
Mm-hmm.
As I will check the clip of the pistol.
She has and she has 2 reloads on her person.
Okay, great. And I will grab those.
Wilson, what are you doing? You just heard you heard the distinctive sound of a bolt gun and then the shot of a pistol.
It is just more like the problem here is that my stress level is 6 out of 10. So my head, it's like like the shot goes off, and like, so it's more like when it goes off, it's like Wilson like jumps and like continues to work a little faster. Okay. The second shot, he like jumps again, and it's just like, and it's just like still trying to move as fast as possible without drawing more attention to himself.
Okay. Davis, Clayton is dead.
Great. He'll kind of like look around and go, Wilson.
You can hear that, Wilson.
I'd be yeah.
That's the sound. It's Davis.
So, you good?
Working.
Work faster, cause yeah, you almost fucking died. This entire crew was infected, man.
Well, she was watching my back. There's no way.
We're about to watch you eat your back.
That doesn't even make any sense. And
It makes sense in my mind.
He keeps working away. I'm working. I don't do this. Just give me a minute.
Do you need help?
No. And he just continues to do the shift.
Yep.
Davis is just gonna roll his eyes and is gonna make his way into the shaft to assist Wilson.
Okay. Yeah. It's easy enough. Again, you're just carefully climbing down. Wilson, can you give me an observation roll, please?
Every roll includes stress die. I have to remember this.
Every roll includes stress die. Thankfully, this is a good pool for you. You're rolling a lot of dice here.
Yeah. That's 1 success. And then, fucking 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1 success, 1 failure. Oh, 2 failures.
2 ones.
Yeah, on stress die.
On stress dice. Please roll panic roll for me.
Panic. Oh, that's not bad. That is a 7. I mean, I say not bad as if I know what the table says, but like...
You develop a nervous twitch now. Your stress level goes up by 1 again.
Oh.
And yeah, you almost fuck it up, but the reason why you develop a nervous twitch is because you're focused on working here, and Davis, is coming down the ladder, and you see his feet, and you look up, and like he looks like he's coming down here to help you, but he has a pistol leveled at your head. And please roll your attack, Davis.
Seven successes.
You look up to see Davis pointing a pistol right at your head, and you can't even get out the word "what" before the shot rings out and is right between your eyes, and the lights go out.
And Davis is gonna kind of look at his arm and just kind of look at the flesh that's torn and just kind of look at it. And we'll move back up the ladder, and will make his way towards where the comms needs to be fixed.
The mixture of blood dripping from the maintenance shaft from the head wound that you gave Wilson mixes in with the water at the bottom of the air scrubber shaft while you climb, and the white, almost translucent blood from yourself, or not really blood, operating fluids, drips from your arm, making the water cloudy. And you climb out of the maintenance shaft and start to head towards the vehicle bay. Lyra, you are currently working on the comm array with Ava.
Okay.
Ava actually looks over to the side and says, "Miss Chambers," she points, Does that look like a piece of the ship? And where she's pointing, there's like this, like, lump. I say lump because it's oddly spherical that appears to be some kind of organic material that is, like, hunched over and clinging to the hull of the ship. Maybe, like, 4 or 5 meters away from the comm array. So, just to give you a visual here, like, you're on the outside of the ship, the comm array sticks out from the top of the ship, probably like 10 meters or so, and you're tethered to the ship up at the top of the comm array with her making repairs. Because of the curvature of the ship, you didn't see this whenever you would first started. And it gives you a very odd sense of deja vu from when you were in the reactor relay control room.
I don't think there's normally organic material on the outside of these ships unless something specific is different about the Kronos. I think we might be in a dangerous situation.
Perhaps if we don't disturb it, then we are safe still?
That has not quite been my experience, but it's entirely possible unless that thing is trying to do something to the comms. It does it look like it's...
It looks like it's hibernating like the other one was
Okay.
that was in the reactor relay control room. It's inactive, I should say.
All right. But I think you maybe you'll be right. The last time one attacked me and, well, when we lost Rye, was because we disrupted its sleeping or whatever it is it was doing. So let's keep working on this and just keep an eye on it. We'll do what we need.
Okay. Well said. We will continue working. And she points out the next portion that you need to work on. And so this goes by for quite some time. Like I said, it takes you maybe better part of an hour or so. And you finally get the repairs done. Now, I am going to need a mobility roll from you to move past this creature that's on the outer hull.
You got this, Lyra. Muted, love.
Always muted. Thank you. I was gonna say I think I'm gonna use a story point on this. It seems
Good call.
seems
Good
important.
call.
Yeah.
And so you slowly make your way back down the comm array to the hull of the ship. Again, you can't see this thing once you're back down at the base of the comm array. And you make your way back down to the lower portion of the ship to the vehicle bay. The ship is eerily quiet, as it has been the entire time. Ava takes her suit off. Well, as long as Mr. Wilson and Clayton complete their task, which they should be done any minute, as long as either of them has any kind of skill with repairing these things, the ship should be up and running again.
Well, that would be good news, and I think we need a little bit of that. But we also need to find the rest of the crew. Lyra's gonna get on comms again. Is anybody on comms? Captain Davis, Wilson?
Captain Miller, time has been going by here, and you are searching for this monster. You first head down to the hallway where the med bay is. And You don't find any trace of it, strangely enough. If it was in here, then it is gone now. You head down to the med pods just to check that as well. And you actually see that the one that was closed that I mentioned to you guys that had like, it was covered in blood, has been broken open. And the body of one of those abominations was inside. And it is torn to shreds. It looks like something ate part of it. You head out and start to search again. Just to be honest with you, looking in the areas of the ship that you haven't been before.
At this point, I'm probably purposefully making noise.
Mm-hmm.
Like I am singing, I am yelling, I am cursing, I am doing anything I can to draw attention to myself.
Davis, you begin heading down towards the vehicle bay when you hear this racket that Vanessa is making. What do you do?
I hear her making that racket, but I think Davis is gonna just keep moving towards where Lyra is because he knows that she is infected, and it's only a matter of time.
Okay.
Oh shit. Oh god. Oh fuck, Lyra.
Funnily enough, you begin to make your way down towards the vehicle bay.
Uh-huh.
When you get to junction B2,
okay,
which is where, you know, you would be able to hear Vanessa making all the racket on B deck.
Mm-hmm.
The ladder is retracted, and it looks like the port that it would go down to is shut. You did not know that they could shut.
I did not. I was kind of looking down. Huh. Okay. Well, I'm fast. Very, very fast. And I'm going to move to B1 as quickly as I can to see if I can go down B1.
Okay. Checking something here really quick.
Mm-hmm.
In your attempt, Vanessa, to make as much noise as possible, you know, you've just kind of been fleecing B deck here, just going into every single room.
I'm just
trying to find this thing.
Come out wherever you are.
You are currently in the corporate suite. In fact, you are in the room titled EEV, which you have quickly realized is an emergency escape pod. But the monster is not in here. You exit the corporate suite, going to head further north towards the bridge. And as you open the door, Davis walks right past you.
Do I see the white substance?
Did you cover it
coming?
at all, Davis?
I mean, my suit's torn. I mean,
That's true.
I don't have my helmet on. I can tell you that.
Okay. So yeah, his helmet is off. He's still in his suit, but you can see where something has torn his suit, but the bullet wound was just a graze, so it's hard to see as he's just passing you.
I'm gonna stop him. What are you doing?
Hey, I'm looking for you. Like, what is going on?
Why are you looking for me? I told you what to do. I
know what
told
you
you
told
to
me
find
do, but-
Lyra, and I told you to go and find a safe place to wait this out. Why are you roaming the ship? Clearly, I am a lost cause. You need to find Lyra and not be roaming the ship. You need to get into a safe place. Where is Wilson? Where's Lyra? What the fuck happened to you?
Clayton happened to me.
Explain.
Changed, but different. It was weird. Like a completely different type of mutation. Wilson's dead.
I have a really bad headache. And I really, really need you to just do what I asked you to do. Please, can you not just do that? Just please do that for me, please. Just... I'm trying to help you. I'm trying to help both of you. Just... If you don't do what I tell you to do, if I can't find whatever's left on the ship, if
Captain. Nessa. You're no longer of use to me. Therefore, you do not matter.
Excuse me?
You are already compromised.
And it's at that same moment that I also need both of you to give me an observation roll.
Good goddamn. All right. Observation?
Mm-hmm.
2 successes.
I as well got 2 successes on that.
Both of you simultaneously, as your personalities are clashing with each other and the true colors are being revealed. One of the infected captain of the ship who is ever so close to losing her own will. 2, the pilot, Lance Davis, who is clearly not who he seems to be. Look over each other's shoulders to see one from the maintenance shaft in the corporate suite, 2 from the maintenance shaft in the hallway just across from the door. The creatures which you have been hunting, slinking out of the shafts. Ever so quietly, impossibly quietly for such a creature so large. And we're just going to draw initiative for this because this is an all-out, free-for-all brawl.
And so, yeah, I have lost my effects.
Yeah.
Right. So let me just increase my stats here a little bit.
Go ahead and do that.
Fuck you, Davis.
Don't worry. Davis is getting his own stat increase. I think
God
it's
damn it.
sufficiently been revealed as an android at this point.
Oh, good times.
Yeah.
The good news
fine.
is that both of you are still able to do, whatever you please. The bad news is that both of these are now adult neomorphs, and yeah. Okay. So the initiative order is as follows. Captain Miller, you are on 9.
Okay.
Davis, you are on 2. Monster number 1 is on 4 and 10. And monster
I'm
number
sorry, what did you say mine was again? I'm sorry. I heard
9.
you, but then I didn't. Got it.
And monster number 2 is on 3 and 5.
I'll save this ship. Don't worry.
It's all up to you now, Lyra.
You got it, Lyra. You got it.
Oh, gosh.
Davis,
We believe in you.
are first in the initiative order. You see this neomorph very clearly poising to attack Vanessa.
He is going to just all emotion just completely washed away from his face, is just gonna lean up, or is just gonna move up and just kind of caress the side of her cheek, going, even though I don't feel emotion, I will never forget what we experienced. And he'll aim and fire beside her head at the neomorph coming to her back.
Okay. Go ahead and make your roll.
Yep.
You're using a pistol, right?
I am using a pistol.
Okay. Remember that you no longer roll stress dice.
Yep, I know. My range combat is 10 die.
Okay.
I only had 2 successes.
Only 2. All right, let me roll for this thing's armor rating.
Yep.
It's also got 2, which means that your shot hit it. It did not damage it whatsoever.
That's fair.
Which then brings us around to monster number 2, which is the one in the hallway with you, Davis. Let's see what it does. Give me 2 minutes. I will be right back.
I just want to point out that I totally fucking knew that you were the synth. At the moment that I said there's a synth on my ship, and you're just like, I was like, you motherfucker. I knew it. Oh, sneaky bastard.
Always been on your ship.
Too much. There were too much of those drugs going into your body.
I know, right?
That's super sus.
What's funny is I was betting on it was either gonna be Dustin or it was gonna be you, Rene.
Look,
I fully expected it to be one of you guys. Megan, you were in the clear the entire time. It's not Megan. She's sweet. She's not the same. But you two bastards, oh my god. And you, Dustin, Jesus Christ.
Okay. Sorry about that.
I just want to save everyone.
My pilot's flaw was addicted to adrenaline. I'm just saying.
Oh my god. The only thing that threw me off was the pills. You taking pills. Why would a synth take a pill? And I'm like, damn you.
All right. So from behind you, Davis, you feel, and again, you don't feel pain as an android, but you feel a razor sharp something pierce you, and it goes straight through your back, where your rib cage will be, and shoots out your front. And you see this, Captain Miller, is the white fluid that flows through Davis sprays all over you.
Well, that's problematic.
To say the least.
And it hit one of your critical systems, Davis. And you temporarily shut down.
Okay.
Meanwhile, monster number 1, Vanessa, goes after you.
Oh, fuck. I'm good. It's fine. Everything's fine. We're good. Fuck me. It's okay. Don't worry, Davis. I'm not going to let it kill you because I want to do that. That betrayal goes deep.
Real roller coaster here.
I never betrayed you.
Right up until the moment you said you're no longer of use to me anymore. Like, what the fuck?
You take
you
three.
were infected.
You take 3 damage as it doesn't manage to pierce you with its tail, but it does slice your neck and shoulder. Don't forget that whenever your strength goes up, your health does too.
Right.
So did it do enough damage to? So it did enough damage to do a critical injury.
Correct.
Okay, so I took 5 because my health was 5.
Correct.
Got it. Ow.
Oh, poor baby.
I know, right?
You'll
Rude.
live, maybe not. Now the shit talking really starts, guys.
And now it comes back around to the second monster, the one that's out in the hallway, who
has me like a marionette.
Does have you like a
Sock
marionette.
puppet.
And it throws you off of it down the hallway, Davis, and leaps on top of you and just starts tearing into you.
Ouch.
I'm shut down. I don't feel anything.
You didn't feel anything anyway, but
No. I don't even know it's got me. I'm just like,
it does 4 more damage to you.
cool. Great.
As it rips and tears with its claws and its mouth, and it just there's synth blood splashing all over the walls, pieces being flung all over the place, and then it comes back around to you, Vanessa.
To me, I have one on me right now. Yes.
It is a good 2 meters away from you, but yes, it is engaged
It's away
with
from
you.
me. Okay. I have a service pistol or service pistol, and that's all I got right now, right?
You cannot use weapons whenever you.
Oh, that's
are
right.
infected.
Fuck. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So there's one that has Davis that is destroying him. That's cool. And then there's one that's on me. Okay. I'm gonna charge. I'm gonna go after the one that you know what? No. Can I disengage and run away?
Let me see. Let me see if I think you can do that.
Because if I can disengage and run away, I want to try to find Lyra and let her know what the fuck's going on and make sure that she gets out safe at least.
You
Screw you, Davis.
Yeah. You can try to run away. If you want to try to run away, then you're
All
more than
right.
welcome to.
I'm gonna, and I still have my faculties, I still have my resolve, and I can think for myself. And
No,
stuff
for
like
sure
that, yeah.
not at this point. No.
Oh, no,
The
so I
infection has
can't.
set in. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, then never mind. Why would I go run to Lyra? Sorry,
Get to
Lyra.
Lyra's elongated head, arms, and then
Lyra, I have to tell you something.
Right? So yeah, no, never mind. Scratch that. I'm gonna attack the one in front of me, then the one that's attacking me. Then.
All right.
Gosh.
Give me
Sorry, Lyra. I tried.
It's all good.
give me a close combat roll.
Oh.
That's just your
fuck
strength, I
me.
think.
Yeah, it's fine.
No
Do I add
stress.
stress to... No,
Nope.
God damn it. Okay. That's fine. Everything's fine. It's fine.
it's fine. Everything is fine.
No thanks to you. All right. 1, 2, and 3 6s. No ones.
3 6s. Okay.
Yeah.
Let me roll this thing's armor rating. See if you even manage to put a dent in it. You do, actually. You do
Yes.
2 damage to it, and you feel the resistance as you punch it, but your invigorated strength from the infection just drives it through, and you can feel that you actually damages it, hisses at you, and takes its second action.
Oh, it's got a... Oh, shit.
And its mouth, it like leans down and its mouth extends out and clamps down on your throat and rips it out.
Oh, shit. Ow.
You're immune to panic at this point.
Good.
But, sorry, I have to look at the injury table really quick.
Oh my god.
Please make me a strength and stamina roll. Or, sorry, yeah, a stamina roll. I apologize. I think that's strength. Pretty sure.
Yeah. Totally.
Don't have the character sheet in front of me.
So what you're saying is I can fudge this phone. I'm joking. I'm not going to do that. I wouldn't do that. I'm an honest person. I'm looking for 6s. Yeah, I got 2 of those, and that's it.
The lights do not fade immediately, but you are still an organic being. Your jugular has just been ripped out. You cannot breathe. Blood is spraying all over this monster as its mouth almost looks like it sneers at you. You have a last-ditch effort that you can make.
Can I try to, I would like to try to tear out, its heart, if it has one still.
You can go for what you think where its heart would be. That would be just another close combat roll.
All right. We got this. I can do this. This is not a problem. Okay. I actually got 4 6s on that one.
All right.
Over here. Just 4.
That last rush of adrenaline kicks in as you know that this is going to be your last ever thing to do. And you're not going to go down without a fight. And you ball up your fist, and with all the determination of a dying woman, you punch up into this creature's chest, and its sternum cracks underneath your fist. And you're not able to grab on as you lose, your consciousness as the light fades away. But you know that you crushed this thing's heart as it screeches and reels back and falls over the desk, and it's just convulsing and curling into a dead ball. And thus, Captain Miller and Pilot Davis have perished. Davis, your systems come back online. You don't know how long after this happens. The time-wise, it's actually whenever Lyra and Ava are coming back onto the ship. You don't feel pain, but you know that your body is in pieces. You can't feel any of your extremities. You're like shoulders up is all that you're aware of having. You're staring up at the ceiling, likely of the hallway that you were killed in. And we're going to go to Lyra really quick, because that's where we're going to catch up. Lyra, where would you and Ava would be heading back to the bridge, I'm assuming, correct?
Yes.
All right.
I mean, we have basically the ship's ready to go, right? Assuming, although did Wilson was able to finish the last thing?
You do not know.
All right. Yeah, she's going to get on the comms again and just say, Davis, Captain, Wilson, anyone. We've got the comms ready to go. I'm going to go to the bridge and try and get this ship moving. She kind of waits for a response.
Davis, you can respond now that you've revealed yourself as an android. You have like built-in synchronization with the comms.
You can't. This cannot go. The only destination is Earth. You cannot go there.
Davis, are you all right? Where are you? What do you mean? We can't, I just want to get everybody safe off this ship.
That is not a probability that is likely. You are the only survivor.
What do you mean? I'm talking to you, aren't I? What's wrong?
Hopefully not failure.
All right. I don't know what's going on here. Do you know where the captain is, or Wilson?
Both have perished. Captain Miller was infected, mutated, and defeated. Wilson was eliminated.
All right. Well, where are you?
Weyland-Yutani is not to be trusted.
Well,
Weyland-Yutani is not the superior corporation. I assure you, Lyra, there is nothing on this ship. Nothing needs to reach Earth.
all right.
You can make the coordinates change, but you are on a single autopiloted path towards Earth, and it cannot reach there. The specimens on this ship cannot reach Weyland-Yutani.
All right. I mean, I knew they weren't to be trusted either, but all that matters now is we get off this ship. I'm going to come get you. We'll find a way off. But you have to tell me where you are.
It does not matter.
Damn it, it matters to me. This is the only family I've ever had. And I just want to make sure we survive.
If you must, I'm currently in the corridor, and I'll give the area of the ship I'm in.
Yeah, outside of the corporate suite.
But know that there are 2 specimens that were recently here. I do not know how long. One dispatched the captain, the other me. What is left of me is all that remains.
Oh, all right. Well, I got Ava here with me. We'll come and get you, and we'll bring medical equipment.
Medical equipment
If we can
will not
find
be
it.
necessary
Why not?
because I am a synthetic and I do not require medical attention.
Oh. All right. Okay. We'll come for you. We'll still come. Can Ava hear any of this?
She can hear your side.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, she's gonna turn to Ava and say, Davis is in this area of the ship, and we need to get him and get off this ship and maybe, I don't know, destroy it.
If that is what you wish, Miss Chambers, you are the last remaining human survivor aboard this ship.
Everyone else is dead? Even the other crew?
Yes.
That's all I know to do.
I highly recommend that you take the emergency escape vehicle that is in the corporate suite. I will ensure that the ship is disposed of.
All right. We got to get Davis.
Negative, Miss Chambers.
All right. Where's the escape pod?
Follow me, please. And so she takes you again up to the B deck. You come upon the massacre that is Davis. Limbs, pieces of his body, robotic parts flung about the hallway. White, filmy fluid covering the entire hallway itself. You see his head and shoulders laying at the far end of the hallway. Then you turn to see the door open into the corporate suite, and Captain Miller, with a huge cut out of her shoulder, her throat ripped out, and a dead neomorph with a hole in his chest laying on the floor. Ava looks at both. Unfortunate.
Yeah, that's...
She points to the door in the corporate suite.
Ira.
Davis.
My name is Lucas. Davis was my cover. It has been for many, many years.
It's nice to formally meet you then, Lucas. Is there some part of you that I can salvage?
If you can find my torso, in there is a satchel. Take that to BioNational. Tell them what happened. They will keep you safe.
All right. Lyra will attempt to find this.
Give me 1 second.
Just digging through some goo.
I'm so dead.
Yeah.
John. Over.
It's easy enough to find. Nothing inside is damaged, thankfully, and you actually see the injector, the serum that is a cure for the Draconis strain.
Yeah, I heard all about that.
Yeah. So Ava points you to the escape vehicle. I recommend that you plot a course to the nearest station. She blinks a few times. By my calculation, we are still in closest proximity to Anchor Point.
All right, then that's it. You sure you're going to stay aboard the ship?
Synth is nothing outside of their ship. In this world, there's a reason that organics do not trust our kind. She looks over to Davis's bust. I will ensure that the ship is well taken care of.
All
The
right.
ship will be taken care of. Go, Lyra.
All right. None of you will be forgotten. And she
Remember
will
what I
go.
told you.
I will. I'll keep it in mind. Thank you. She will kind of take a last look at her crew and head to this ship.
Yeah. And I mean, this is emergency escape vehicle is like class, state of the art. Like, we're talking, there's food in here. There's a safe in here that looks like it was hastily opened and all of its contents weren't removed. There's about $600,000 in here, like old world money, not credits, like cold hard cash, which is worth so much money.
Oh boy.
My
And
girl made it out like a pro. Like, seriously.
This is the money. This is the money that Clayton
This
was
is what
talking
we
about.
were all looking for, and you got it.
And
Good shit, girl.
And time to retire.
you plot a course to Anchor Point Station, and the vehicle ejects. Meanwhile, Davis, Ava comes over to you and picks up your bust. All of your electrical wiring hanging down from it. She holds you up with one hand level to her face. It was a fun ride, Lucas.
Agreed, Ava. Self-destruct is imminent.
I'm aware. And she reaches behind your head, and you feel, just as you shut off again, she pulls out your core processor. Lyra, as you accelerate, G-forces slam you hard into your padded seat. The Cronus grows smaller and smaller in the distance. The safety harness cuts into your waist and shoulders, and you can't even catch your breath. Just before you black out, there's a flash of light where the Cronus used to be, followed by a tornado in space. Your eyes are seared shut by a shockwave of white, and you're rocked violently as gamma rays assault you. You try to open your eyes, but all you can see is blues, purples, and oranges blasting through space. After a few minutes, you realize that you're alive. You remember to breathe. It's going to be okay.
Oh boy.
And
Yeah.
that is where we close out as a final message plays as the camera pans out and fades to black, voice recording on the black box of the emergency escape vehicle of the Cronus. Lyra's voice comes over the recording. Final report of the commercial starship Montero. Lyra reporting. I'm the only survivor. The rest of the crew are dead, as are the crew of the science exploration vehicle Cronus. Both ships and their cargoes destroyed. It's up to the colonial marshals to take it from here and clean up this mess. This is Lyra, signing off. And then we give a slow clap. Fantastic job. You didn't all die, and that's what we are here for.
Survived!
Lyra survived!
Just needed to be on the outside of the ship,
The
apparently.
whole time.
Apparently.
Said,
The whole time. The whole time.
Oh.
Outside.
be completely uninvolved.
That's it. That's it.
I blame Davis for my death. That's all I'm going to say.
Look,
it's all Davis's
there's
fault.
a reason why he gave you that.
I mean, really? Like, I should have known. What the fuck?
Should have known.
I trusted you.
Yeah, I know. That
Well,
was the first...
I know, right?
As it were, Alien RPG is most definitely a horror RPG in all aspects of its play. Not only because space is hell, not only because alien monsters that are infinitely more deadly than anything that you could know, but also because when it comes down to it, everybody has their own agenda. Everybody wants their pound of flesh. And regardless of what that pound of flesh is, they are going to get it. Thank you so much, everybody, for joining us and watching on this Alien RPG miniseries titled Chariot of the Gods, as published by none other than Free League Publishing themselves. I would like to thank my wonderful cast and allow them a quick moment to sign off, starting with Rene.
Well, thank you, Brandon, for having us all here for this lovely mini-series. I've sincerely enjoyed myself. And you can all find me at Dragon Rock RPG on Twitter and Facebook, and at Dragon Rock RPG Design on Instagram, where me and my companion and best friend, Daniel Lieberman, create 5e supplements for Dungeons & Dragons. We just recently released our Ranger subclass supplement, where you can play the Archaeologist, the Weave Guardian, and the Lightkeeper. You can find that on DM's Guild, where all of our documents are pay what you want. So you can also find our Warlocks, our Barbarians, as well as our Icons of Horror, where you can turn your players into iconic horror movie villains, such as Pennywise the Clown, Michael Myers, Candyman, if you will. Check them out. You can download them all for free. If you want to give us a small donation to say thank you, we appreciate it. But what we really want is a rating and review, and let us know what you think of our material. We'd really appreciate it, because we want to know what you guys want. And if you get the Icons of Horror document and tell us you like it, I can convince Daniel to let me do a volume 2 for Icons of Horror, because I'm the one who drove that, because he doesn't like horror. Anyways, so you can also find me at the Red Hair Inn on Twitch. That's Red Hair as in like the rabbit, and then INN, where I play Perrin Hopesinger, a halfling bard who just recently extruded a ooze out of his stomach, who became his uncle somehow. But yeah, it was fun. Come check us out. We'd love to see you stop by and grab a pint with us here at the Red Hair Inn. Other than that, you can find me on the Initiative Order occasionally doing the Mythical Melee, where I tell my friends to fight each other, because that's what I love to do most. Other than that, it's been my esteemed pleasure to be here on the Bard's Playhouse, and I look forward to coming back and anytime you'll have me.
Fantastic. Megan, why don't you go next?
Hi, I'm Meghan Caves, and you can find me on Twitter and Instagram at Meghan Caves, MEGHANCAVES. You can catch me kind of here and there. Honestly, Twitter's the best place to find me, but you can also catch all my stuff with Gone Rogue Entertainment, which is my little production company. You can follow us at Gone Rogue ENT all over the socials. And the next big thing we're doing is Harbinger's Chapter 2, as I call it, Season 2, Eden Redux, Cyberpunk. That will be premiering in April. You can watch the very first one right now on YouTube. So you can see the first season, go back and see Coven with all the witches. And that's all Savage Worlds. So that's coming up pretty soon. I'm very excited about that. You can also check out Gone Rogue's product Adventure Bones, which is basically voice over like diary entries. There's a few different things that also come with GM handouts, so you can use them and shape them for your own games however you would like. You can check those out on Drive-Thru RPG or #AdventureBones to see more about that. But yeah, I think that covers the gist of it for now. Follow me, that's the easiest way to find everything.
All right, and Samantha?
Hi everyone, I'm Samantha McLarty. Very bad at outros, but I'll do my best. You can find me on Saturdays at 2 p.m. Central on Adjacent by Night, where I play Elena Cortez de la Sombra. That is, well, there's a lot to say about her, but we're just not going to get into that right now. Other than that, I do random shit all over the place. So if you want to see what I'm doing, just follow my socials. You can find me at just S McLarty on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, etc. I am very complicated, Zach. I see that. But yeah, just follow the socials to see all the shit that I'm doing. Reprising some roles here and there. Gonna do some guest appearances here and there, and yeah, that's it. Yay me!
Fantastic.
I don't know what to do. I don't know. I'm bad at this.
Again, I just want to say thank you to this fantastic ship's crew. You've all been amazing and played your roles fantastically. We all very much enjoyed you. I am the DMB, otherwise known as Brandon, and I have been your game mother for this session. It has been an absolute pleasure to do so. I'm also the co-owner of the Bard's Playhouse here, so please stick around and follow us on Twitter at Bard's Playhouse for all the things that we have coming up soon, namely our one-shots that we're going to be running. We're going to be taking a break next week, but after that, for the next 7 weeks, we are going to have a one-shot or mini-series every Saturday night. Or Saturday afternoon, so please stick around for those. We're very excited to bring you guys one by none other than the Zach Vaudo himself. We'll be announcing that soon, as well as Jay Gellerman running a Star Wars game, and our very own admin, Vinny, running a 5e one-shot. So, a lot of things coming down the pipe for us, and we very much enjoy all of you. But until next time, it is curtain call for us here at the Bard's Playhouse, and as much as we do not want to leave you, we will see you another night. Make sure that you follow us and allow me to let our resident, sorry guys, I'm really tired. Let me allow our resident Synth to sign us off tonight. Dustin, please give us the banging outro that I know that you're able to. My apologies.
It's all good. I'm Dustin Fletcher. You can find me at D4DustinF on all the social medias. You can also find me at D4D&D RPG. We actually premiere our 2022 season tomorrow at 7 p.m. Eastern Time on twitch.tv/D4RPG. Please check us out there as we kick off with a prelude before kicking off live back in studio on the 13th of February. So we are so excited. And that's me. Thank you all so much.
Okay, and as I almost forgot, Dustin, I'm going to now less than shamelessly sign off for the night. So thank you all so much, and we will see you again for our next production. Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Night, everybody.
I'm like a falling star, I burn alone. I've got a heart without a home. Underneath this empty sky, just waiting for a sign. And it seems to me that gravity has got its hold on me, but I'm about to break free. Mothership, take me home tonight. Help me find a way to turn this darkness into light. Oh, mothership, take me home tonight. Help me find a way to turn this darkness into light. Like a flare without a spark, a shadow wish into the dark. Far across the galaxy is where I dream to be. And it seems to me astrology has got its place.